I'm really excited about this, actually. And
Oh, thank you, James.
No, and I'm really glad I'm doing this interview. Well, sorry. I don't do interviews, I do conversations. I'm really glad I'm speaking to you now rather than 2 years ago. Because I reckon 2 years ago I'd have been like, yeah, there's this guy who does this kind of Beatles conspiracy stuff, and I better ask him some hard questions, and I think I'd have asked some different questions from the one I'm going to ask you today. Like, they would have been more entry level, whereas I've got some some more sophisticated ones now. Because I'm totally down. I'm totally down the Beatles conspiracy rabbit hole. But for those who aren't there yet, tell us first about yourself. I mean, you were an ardent Beatles fan, weren't you?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so I grew up with the Beatles. I've told the story many times. Back as early as 1968, I remember just loving Beatle music. And I went to go see Yellow Submarine in 1968, and I bugged my parents to go see it. And, it wasn't my parents' cup of tea. The Beatles were not, So my father took my brother and I to the movie. And so it goes all the way back to even before 68. I mean, I was aware of them in 1967, and I started playing Beatles songs on guitar. What I would do is I would buy sheet music, guitar sheet music, easy guitar stuff, and that's how I taught myself to play, because I knew the Beatles songs. And so when I figured out the chord diagrams and I started strumming them, because I knew the songs, I knew whether I was playing them correctly or not. And so as time evolved, they just became a big part of my life. I collected a lot of Beatle memorabilia over the years, James. I have a huge Beatle vinyl collection. Some of it I have sold off. The more collectible stuff I still have. And I collected their vinyl for many years. And I have their records from all over the world. And some of the records I have are very collectible. And so the Beatles were a big part of my life. I learned to become a guitar player, a musician, a songwriter, writing my own songs and recording because of them. And I became aware of the Paul is Dead conspiracy going back to around 1976 or so. That's when I really started to pay attention to it. And I was a junior in high school. And one of the things that I did back then was to pull together a little lecture. I brought in a friend of mine. His brother was older than us. He was about 4 or 5 years older. His name was Doug. And Doug knew about all the clues that were on the Beatle albums, the backmasking and all that stuff. And so I was so fascinated by it, and he knew all the clues. So my school at the time, my high school in New York, was very progressive. So they allowed us to bring in guest speakers. Of course, it had to be approved and all that stuff. And I put these little posters up in the school letting people know that we're going to have a Paul is Dead presentation. This goes back to 1976. And I didn't expect anything. And then once the moment came, it was a packed house. It was a classroom. There was standing room only. Doug was at the front of the room, and he was taking everybody through the clues. But I thought at the time, and for the longest time, that Paul was always Paul, and that the whole Paul is Dead deal was nothing more than a clever, witty marketing program, the Beatles having some fun with their fan base, because the way the Beatles are presented to us is they're very clever and witty. And it wasn't until 2016, it was 2016, that I bought the book, The Memoirs of Billy Shears. This is the later edition with the blue cover. The original cover was red, and I bought the book on Amazon on a lark. It came up as suggested reading, something you might like, a recommendation. So I got the book and I read it, and as I was reading it, it was just taking me back because there's so much detail in the book. I thought to myself, look, the only way all of this information can be in this book is it has to be coming from somebody from the inner circle, whether it's the guy playing Paul McCartney or people within the inner circle that have helped to put the book together. One way or another, all of that information just didn't come from nowhere. there had to be a source. And so when I got the book, I set on a course to research it and to figure out whether the book was truthful and where it was not being truthful, where it was just telling a fictional tale. The book is classified as historical fiction. And there's a reason for that. It's for plausible deniability. But the book is a very elaborate piece of encoding. The author is Tom U. Harriet. Tom and I, over the years, have become friendly from the perspective of a professional relationship. I tried to get Tom on my podcast going back to 2016. Initially, he said he would come on, and then about a week later, he wrote me, and he said that he couldn't do any podcasts, any interviews. And I surmise that the reason for that is because he signed non-disclosures, and legal representation, in all likelihood, said to him, look, it's best that you don't do that, because even innocently, unknowingly, you could say something that could be breach of the NDA. So in any case, that set me on a course to read the book, to decode the book. That's the most important thing. You have to decode it. Those who are intrepid will take the time to do it. I'm connected into a handful of colleagues that have done that. A lot of the work, a lot of the research is mine. But on the other hand, there's research that comes my way because I'm connected into some really smart people that have taken the book and decoded it. So it's been 8 years now. I started in 2016. I didn't think it would last this long. The first show I was on to talk about it was Sophia Smallstorm's podcast, and I didn't even want to do it. I just told her about this book I was reading, and I said it's very fascinating. I don't know what to make of it yet, but it's fascinating. And she wanted me to come on. So finally, I said, okay. So I put together a huge PowerPoint presentation to break the book down, because it's 666 pages. There's 66 chapters. So yeah, so to boil it down, I had to put these charts together, and that was not something I was looking to do, because I knew it was going to be a lot of work. But I did it. And then Mark Devlin contacted me after that, and he wanted me to come on his show and talk about it. And it's really funny, James, on that show, I said to Mark toward the end of the show that this was the very last presentation or discussion I was going to have on Paul is Dead. Famous last words. And so it's 8 years later, and there's just so much to the conspiracy.
Yeah.
There's so much to it, and it's really it's foundational from the perspective of, if you take a look at other conspiracies, the elements contained within the Beatles and McCartney conspiracy you can apply to many, many other conspiracies. So, and that's where I'm at with it today, and I don't know how much longer I'm going to do it. Sometimes I say, I don't know. I think maybe I'll do it this year and ride into the sunset, but every time I have those thoughts, something else pops up, and it drags me back into it.
I'd say, Mike, it's a sacred duty. I mean, it's like, I know that I was meant to do this stuff that I'm revealing to the world, and you've cornered a particular part of the market. That sounds like a cynical phrase. It's not. You are contributing something really important. Okay, so the thing I get from a lot of, I've got this Telegram channel, and I've got people comment on my blog posts and stuff like that, and the thing you hear time and time again from people who are who accept that Kennedy was shot by the CIA and the mafia and so on, people who know that 9/11 wasn't planned by a man in a cave, they know we haven't been to the moon landing, but even these people say, why should we care about the Beatles? This is way too esoteric, it discredits our cause. It makes us look really wacky when we're starting to talk about stuff like Paul is dead. I've got an answer to that, but maybe you could give me your answer.
Yeah, it's important because, like I mentioned earlier, it's foundational to many of the other conspiracies that people are looking into. It's not just about a guy that was replaced or swapped out. the first question you have to ask yourself, why was it done in secrecy? Why was it done the way it was done? So when people say stuff like that, because I get the same questions and I hear the same things, first of all, it's a massive lie. And the other thing is, people really don't understand the impact that the Beatles have had on society and culture. And the reason why a lot of people don't get it is because the change that has taken place from a social engineering perspective through Tavistock, it's very incremental and very methodical. So it's like the boiling frog concept. You don't really know that things are changing the way they're changing at the moment because it's a slow boil. But if you take a look at where we are today, and you go backwards 60 years in time, and you take a look at the cultural and societal landscape, and you compare them, there's a huge difference. And the Beatles are the foundation to all of the musical genres that followed. So they were really the first manufactured band to come out with a full-fledged mission of social engineering. And the social engineering initiative that was put in place was to tear down traditional values, including institutionalized religion, and Christianity was in the crosshairs. And they brought in a counterculture that consisted of anti-establishment. It was drug-oriented, free love. It changed the whole landscape, even the way people dressed, facial hair, dialogue. Many, many things changed because of the Beatles. And subsequent bands and genres of music built on top of that to the point to where we are today. Today, it's just blatantly in our faces what's going on there with all of the occultism and the ritual and all that stuff. Yes, it's over the top. So the Beatles are very important. The Beatles were immersed in the occult. When I say the Beatles, I'm talking about the Beatles as an entity. And they were immersed in Thelema. They were immersed in Crowleyism, Aleister Crowley. And they were the Pied Pipers of Crowley's Aeon of Horus. So the Aeon of Horus, many people will refer to it as the Age of Aquarius. But Crowley wrote about, talked about his new Aeon, where people would be unshackled and would be able to pursue their true and pure will. And so when we take a look at the Beatles, take a look at the Sgt. Pepper outfit. When we talk about the Pied Piper, Pied means multicolored. When we look at the Sgt. Pepper album cover, we have the Beatles in multicolored band outfits. They are the Pied Pipers. So it was very, very systematic, very strategic, the way that they rolled the Beatles out. They started with very simple songs going back to Love Me Do and Please Please Me. Songs like that from their first album, Please Please Me. And then there was this very quick progression where the songs became more sophisticated and they were taking the audience in a different direction. And then once we got past 1966, after Revolver was kind of a transitional album from the early period, the biological Paul period, to the Billy period, Billy Shears, who was playing the part of Paul McCartney, to Sgt. Pepper. Sgt. Pepper introduced the psychedelic era to the world, and then moving on from there. So when people don't understand it and they think it looks silly, they really don't understand the components behind the Beatles, behind the manufacturing of the Beatles, the marketing of the Beatles, positioning them to be where they ended up being. Arguably the most famous, influential band of all time. That's why you hear a lot of artists today, James, who are in unrelated genres of music, hip-hop, rap, pick one. In many interviews and many documentaries, there's always a reference back to the Beatles or back to Paul McCartney. Always.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so So I know you have a couple of questions. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, no, it does make sense. I was just thinking of the time when I must have been about 13 or 14, and my mother had in her record collection, just because you do, the blue album and the red album with the Beatles looking out of their hotel, out of the apartment block, I think it was. You know,
yes.
Gatefold sleeve. And I remember methodically going through all the Beatles songs, saying to my brother, we've got to listen to this stuff because it's the Beatles and we've got to get into them because they're really culturally important. You know, that was the sort of... And so one sort of made oneself like the Beatles and played it until we were into the Beatles. And I was wondering whether you felt the same way I do, that I'm now not sure, knowing what I know now about the Beatles, whether I genuinely liked them or whether I was culturally brainwashed into liking them because they were the thing that you liked because everyone did. Do you ever wonder that? I mean, were they as good as we thought they were?
Yeah, I think it's both. There was a massive push by Tavistock to market them, going back to 1963. So it's the same marketing and promotional types of deception that we have today. Pick something. Pick the safe and effective. You know, the C19 event. It was marketed, it was promoted, it was pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed. So it was the same thing with the Beatles. It was really, really pushed. In fact, I have a book that was written by Tommy James and the Shondells, and he has a chapter in there where he talks about in 1963 he saw a placard, a promotion for the Beatles, and this is in the United States, and it was saying the Beatles are coming, the Beatles are coming, and you know he was thinking, he's saying in the book, like, well, what's this all about? Who are these guys? And then they arrive in the U.S. in February of 1964 with all of this fanfare. So that piece of it, it's being pushed onto the public, and you're being conditioned, or many people are being conditioned to say, hey, if you don't like this, maybe there's something wrong with you. Okay?
Yeah.
Everybody's going to love this. Yeah. But then again, but many people did like the music. I mean, I personally did like the music. There's a lot of great Beatles songs. People today will ask me, do you still think the songs are great? Yeah, a lot of the songs are great, regardless of who wrote them and who was on the recorded tracks. So I think to answer your question, I think it's a mix of both.
Yeah.
Humans have a tendency, a huge tendency, to follow. They mirror, they mimic, so they want to be accepted into whatever the current pop culture mentality is at the time, especially when you're young. They want to fit in, and so that's a big piece of it as well.
Yeah. I mean, look, I agree with you. There are some Beatles songs which are pretty indisputably great. I mean, I give you Eleanor Rigby, for example. It's a great song.
It's a great song.
And you know, I like A Day in the Life. I like the fact that it's broken up into different sections which give it a kind of sophisticated feel, which I think that's sort of anticipated prog rock and all that kind of stuff, isn't it? All the things that so I can see that some of the stuff they did was clever and good. But I look at some stuff, and even at the time when I was trying to get into it, I mean, I instantly realised that the blue album was better than the red album. And you think of the lovable mop tops singing "Love Me Do," I know. I mean, it just felt so lame. Even though one was told that this was the birth of their genius. You know, they were just. Tell me about the story that we were told about how they were really good musicians and they really cut their teeth in the Hamburg club. They were sent to Hamburg, and this is how you know that the Beatles were a really good type band, because they'd had all that practice in the raw So how did they fake that period, for example?
Well, it was faked. I don't want to say it was faked. We received an official narrative. We received stories.
Yeah.
Those stories don't necessarily reflect reality. So the stories tell us, you know, that they were this band that came together. They went to Hamburg. They played for weeks on end. They played 7 hours a night. And then when they weren't in Hamburg, they were back in Liverpool and the adjacent areas, and they were doing their gigs there. And then they were, discovered by a record store owner, Brian Epstein, who was running NEMS. And then he's able to secure a contract. I'm oversimplifying this, but this is basically the story.
Yeah.
He gets them a contract with EMI, with George Martin as their producer. And so we have these 4 working class lads signed to EMI, and then they go on to unparalleled fame and fortune, right? That's the story that we're given.
Yeah.
And people just take what's given to them and they consume it. It's no different than when people sit in front of their television set and the nightly news comes on or the cable news comes on, and they're just talking and talking and talking and flashing images up, and all it's doing is conditioning you. And many people will watch it and believe it, and that becomes their reality, right? Perception becomes reality. But what I did was I went back and I took a look at the whole Beatles story. See, a lot of people who were in the research community in Paul is Dead, they only want to focus on the replacement of Paul and then focus on Billy Shears. So it's kind of like the midpoint and then move forward. But I looked at it and said, well, you know what? There had to be a whole piece of this that took place before. There had to be a prerequisite. So when I started taking a look at information that I was pulling together, and all of this information, James, it's mainstream. It's out there. So it's hidden in plain sight. And this is how it almost always works. You just have to look, and the truth is out there. So when I started taking a look, one of the first things that happened was I have clips of George Martin in interviews. And George Martin said a lot of unflattering things about the Beatles at the time that he met them. He had said that they had nothing behind them. He said that that they weren't great musicians. It wasn't obvious to him that they were songwriters. So in fact, I have an entire chart that talks about this. So this is at odds with the official narrative. Here's the producer. And George Martin, what a lot of people also don't realize is that George Martin he wasn't just their producer. He was the head of the Parlophone label back in the day. So here we have the head of the Parlophone label, which is tucked in under EMI, which was one of the largest recording companies in the world, if not the largest back in the day. And he's got this band that is now under his control, under his wings. There was an interview that was done by Norman Smith back in 1971 in a music magazine, and he's talking about how the Beatles were not very good in the studio. In fact, he said that they failed in the studio, and they had a heck of a time trying to get Love Me Do recorded. So, you start hearing these things and you're thinking, okay, so there's another story. There's another narrative here that nobody's really exploring. Everybody's paying attention to this other stuff over here, while over here, the lesser known information, nobody's really grabbing onto. So the Beatles, they first go to Hamburg in August of 1960, and they're taken there by their first manager, handler, Alan Williams, and they're young guys. George Harrison is like 17 years old, Paul's 18, and when they get there, it's admittedly, they are not very good musicians. They are mediocre at best. And this is not just me saying this. I mean, this is information that has come out actually in mainstream sources to say this. And they showed no inclination or no acumen as to being songwriters. And in fact, their first stint in Hamburg, starting in August of 1960 through December of 1960, was a failure. They came home dejected. Nothing materialized. They were residing in squalor while they were out there. And it wasn't until 1961 that things started to pick up. And their stint in Hamburg, what I explained to people is they were not there to learn to be songwriters. They didn't write songs in Hamburg. Their stint in Hamburg was boot camp. It was to get them up to speed to be performers, to learn quickly and perform the music. That's what that was all about. It wasn't about songwriting. And so we have them in Hamburg in August of 1960, and then we get through 1961, and they're doing all of these gigs. They're gigging. And then somehow they wind up with an audition with Decca, another major label, on January 1st of 1962. So the first question I had to ask myself was, well, how does this band that really had nothing behind them? They weren't great musicians at all. They weren't songwriters. But somehow they wind up with an audition with Decca Records on January 1st of 62, where they recorded 15 songs, of which 12 were covers, and 3 were these nondescript originals that didn't wind up on any of their albums when they were a band. They ended up on Anthology later on, but not during their timeline when they were together as the Beatles. And Decca turns them down. Then Brian Epstein takes takes tapes to George Martin in February of 62. George Martin takes a listen to the tapes, and he says to Brian Epstein, based upon what you're showing me, I'm not going to sign them. I'm not interested. And then, in June of 1962, there's a change of heart on George Martin's part. As the story goes, he was instructed to take the Beatles on from up above, and we could talk about that a little bit as to how that may have taken place and who it was.
Yeah, because I'm intrigued there. Because okay, so you've got Brian Epstein. I can see how. Sorry, George Martin. I can see how let's call them a normie would take this. They would say the reason that George Martin was averse to the Beatles was because he was an old-fashioned pucker, ex-Navy chap. He was from a different class. He didn't understand the raw new sound of popular music, popular beat combos, and so he needed to kind of attune himself to this raw new talent. But obviously that's not really how it works.
No.
The question I want to ask you is, how early do you think George Martin was in on it? Do you think he was always kind of intelligence stroke Tavistock, or do you think he was talked into it?
No, I think that I'm giving you my opinion on this because there's no hard and fast evidence to prove one way or another. But George Martin, to put it into perspective, George Martin was given the Parlophone label to head up, I think in 1955. He was 29 years old. A 29-year-old was put in charge of the label. So an EMI goes back to, it has its roots in the military, back to World War II. So it's part of the military-industrial complex to begin with. George Martin takes over the Parlophone label from Oscar Prius in 1955. Oscar Prius retired. And I think at the time, Sir Joseph Lockwood was the CEO of EMI. So we have some, like, especially with Joseph Lockwood, we have some heavy hitters. So this tells me that George Martin was being positioned to take on the responsibilities and the role that he ended up with. So 7 years later, you fast forward, and 1962, he winds up with the Beatles. So I think he was always part of the strategy, always part of the plan. Now, one of the other things that is important to understand is that within the Masonic system, within Freemasonry, the role that you're going to play is not always known early on. In other words, you're set up to have certain positions, to have certain skills that are going to be utilized down the road. And I think that could possibly be the case with George Martin. He was being mentored, he was being brought along, fully knowing that at this point here, this was going to take place. A band like the Beatles was going to be handed over to him. And he was going to play a big part in leading this social engineering effort. in a lot of ways, I look at George Martin as a social scientist, a social engineer. So that's my thoughts on George.
Yeah, and to a degree, I suppose, their handler.
Yes, yeah, I think it's more than just to a degree. I think he was, he's pretty much the handler.
Yeah.
Until Billy showed up and took the reins to control the band.
Okay, well, we'll come to Billy in a moment, because I want to ask you about that talk show where he appears and he does all these kind of Illuminati shapes. You know the one I mean? Before he sits down.
Yeah, he sits down. Yeah.
That's weird, isn't it?
It's weird to the person watching it who might have some awareness of the symbolism. Not going to be weird to people who are clueless because they're clueless, and that just goes right over their head, you know. But Billy, in the book, when you read memoirs, it's very clear, because it's written in first person. First of all, it's very clear that he is an occultist. And he's an accomplished occultist, into mysticism, the esoteric. So for him to do those types of things, now that I've been doing this for as long as I've been doing it, when he speaks, when I see him make those symbols, it doesn't surprise me at all, because that's what he does.
He's also Vivian Stanshall, isn't he? Is that right?
He played the role of Vivian Stanshall in the Bonzo Dog Band with Neil Innes. And a lot of people have a lot of problems getting their head wrapped around that, because the Stanshall character had reddish blonde hair, so people really have a difficult time trying to equate that to Paul McCartney. But I have shown images that I believe are very strong evidence that they are one and the same. One of the strongest pieces of evidence that ties Billy to the Stanshall character in the Bonzo Dog Band is his left eye. So when I was first looking at Stanshall, I noticed that he had a wandering or lazy left eye. At least that's what I thought. And then when I saw pictures of Billy, he had the same configuration with his eye. He had this kind of wandering, lazy eye. So I was thinking to myself, what are the odds that two different people would have the very same issue? And as I dug more and more into it, because the book tells us that he did play that role. But again, my role was not just to take the book at face value. My research said, okay, well, that's great that the book says that, but can I find evidence that would indicate that it's true? And I did. I have some very compelling images. I mean, I can send them to you after the show if you'd like. You can take a look at them. Where it's very clear to me. In fact, let me see if I've got one here. I don't know if I could show you. Okay, so I'll show this to the audience. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so the person with the microphone is Vivian Stanshall.
Yeah.
The other guy is who people think is Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
Now just take a look at the image, and right off the bat, I don't know about you, James, or others, I'm looking at that and saying, well, the person, the Billy or Paul McCartney character, is just an older version of the guy that's over here.
I'd agree with you.
I mean, take a look at the eye.
Yeah. It is in the
eye. So what I did was, I then, to make it easier for people, so we have this eye. So the left eye looks like it's wandering.
Yeah.
I have one more to show you. I don't want to take up too much of your time here. But this is another one that is very telling.
Yeah.
Okay, so in this picture, look at the nose. Even though he's had some nose surgery, take a look at the mustache. Again, we have the situation with the eyes. Over here, That's Stanshall, a very rare image of Stanshall without the mustache.
Yes.
And to fix the eyes, he had a blepharoplasty. And people who don't know what a blepharoplasty is, it's a procedure that surgically removes excess fat, muscle, and skin from the upper and lower eyelids to redefine the shape of the eye. Now, with the Stanshall character, some people say, oh, no, he was taller and lankier. There were at least 2 Vivian Stanshalls. So what Billy did was, in the 1970s, he hired a guy. His first name is Victor. I don't know what Victor's last name is, but he went by Victor Stanshall, Victor Vivian Stanshall. And he hired Victor for the sole purpose of being able to have his McCartney and his Stanshall character coexist. Okay? So, and when you take a look at the Stanshall and the Bonzos, and the Stanshall that didn't perform in the Bonzos, it's very easy to tell that even though there are similarities in their appearance, they are not the same person. And people will go to Wikipedia and say, oh, well, it says Vivian Stanshall died in 1995. Victor died in 1995. And so what you have in Wikipedia is a fictional narrative about a fictional character that's telling you that this Stanshall character died in 1995. Well, in fact, Victor, that's not his real name unless he had his name officially changed. You could do that legally to Stanshall. I'm not saying that is not a possibility, but it's not Billy. Billy created the Stanshall character. It's a character, not a real person.
It's funny. Some people, I've noticed, find the image aspect of the story, the comparing pictures, they find it very unconvincing. I think it's more men than women. I think women generally are better at spotting. The example I always give is, I never know when my wife's had a haircut, even when she's told me she's been to the hairdresser. I think a lot of men are like this. We're not very observant, whereas women who are trained to spot when husbands are having affairs and things, they spot these tiny details. And I know that some people can look at a picture of pre-1966 Paul and post-1966 Paul and go, that is not the same person. But the thing I like about the Beatles, well, conspiracy, whatever you want to call it, is that there are so many different aspects to it. You can have different ways in. So if you don't find the visuals compelling, you can find other examples. I mean, for example, is it not the case that pre-66 Paul, the original Paul, could play his bass much more naturally than post-66 Paul because he wasn't a natural bass player?
Okay, yeah, so let me just go back to the images for a second,
Okay,
James.
sorry, yeah.
No, that's okay, and then we'll get to the bass playing.
Yeah.
So what Tavistock did was they created a composite Paul McCartney over time.
Right.
So on any given year, you had this image or this picture of Paul McCartney. And then it would change up year after year after year. And because people were told that's Paul McCartney, people would say, okay, well, that's Paul McCartney. Like, who else would it be? In fact, so that was a tactic used by Tavistock, which was to create this. Here's an example. Here's a collage I did a number of years ago. So here's Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
Now take a look at the other images.
Yeah.
They're not the same guy.
No.
I have another one. So here's you believe they are because you were told that they are.
Yeah.
Here he is here. This one is a hybrid. This one, a lot of images have been doctored, James.
Yeah.
A lot of images have been doctored. Here he is from the 1980s.
Yeah.
That guy is that guy? That guy is that guy? So what they did, in fact, I did this chart a long time ago. Here's Billy with his Wednesday and his mullet.
Yeah.
It's not the same guy. So what Tavistock did was to create a composite. And so over time, people just kind of They just kind of massaged it all together, and you just accepted the fact that this was Paul McCartney. But nobody was looking at, or very few people, I should say, were looking at the images right next to each other.
Yeah.
And doing a comparison. So now the other question you had was, I'm sorry,
It was the bass playing that apparently
Yes.
you can see from footage that it's very different. That he has to look at the fretboard.
Yes. Yes. Now the reason for that is because Billy's right-handed, and Billy had to teach himself to play left-handed bass. And I hear comments all the time, oh, it's very difficult to do. It is difficult to do, but it has been done. There are Beatle tribute bands where the person that plays the character of Paul McCartney in the tribute band is a natural right-handed player, and they taught themselves to play left-handed. So with a lot of discipline and a lot of motivation, which Billy had, you can do it. Now, Paul could play the bass. You know, he didn't look at his fretboard very often. I've seen that that collage, and it's a good comparison. Whereas Billy has a tendency to look down, and it's primarily because being a lefty is not Billy's natural playing orientation. Now, the other thing too is that Billy is blind in his right eye. This is research that came to me via one of my colleagues, Sally Whitty. Sally herself has an ocular prosthesis, so this is how she picked up on it. And we have a lot of evidence now showing that this indeed is the case. And if I'll talk to you about an interview that Billy did where he validated the research. He's done this twice to us, by the way, so far.
Oh, really?
Or he's come out in interviews, yes. So the other reason why Billy looks is because he's blind in his right eye. So when he's playing lefty, he has to look all the way to his right in order to see what he's doing, because he doesn't have sight. Think of it, anybody who wants to question it, close your right eye, and then look to your right and make believe you're playing a guitar. And so you have to exaggerate the turning of your head. Yeah. Now, here's the thing, right? So Billy is naturally right-handed. I know that you spoke to, you had an interview or a discussion with Mike Stock. Yeah, Mike's a friend of mine, right? So Mike told me a story, and I hope he doesn't mind me telling this, but I guess it was back in the 1980s. He worked with Billy a couple of times on some projects, and the story he told me was Mike walked into the studio, and Billy was already there. And Billy was playing guitar, and he was playing guitar right-handed. Not lefty, right-handed. And at the time, Mike thought, he's Paul McCartney, and I'm going to paraphrase here, and he asked him about playing right-handed, that he was actually very good at it. I said, wow, pretty good right-handed guitar player for a guy who's lefty. And then Billy told him a story that back in the day, left-handed guitars were few and far between, so people had to learn, or he had to learn to play right-handed as well, which is, when you think about it, is not a very convincing story, because we have Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
Jimmy was lefty. All you need to do is flip the guitar, reorient the strings, and you're done.
But it's good for that moment, because he's quite quick thinking. To be capable of that level of deception, you've got to think on your feet all the time, haven't you?
Yes. Well, he has a lot of practice. The other thing that we have to come to grips with is that when people talk about biological Paul McCartney, he was in the picture from a mainstream media perspective, let's say from 1962 through 1966, so 4 years. I know there was the Hamburg years and all that stuff. I'm talking about when the media really started to focus on the Beatles. So let's just say 62 to 66 for the sake of argument. Billy's been playing that part from late 66 on. So we're in 2024, so we're talking about a long time that Billy's been playing this role. And that's the Paul McCartney that people know. And also, going back to what we were saying before, the different looks of Paul McCartney, I was told by a source that right out of the chute, when the Beatles were created, along with the the biological version of the Beatle, whether it be Paul McCartney, John Lennon, George Harrison, or Ringo Starr, there were 3 lookalikes or doubles that were also in play. And those doubles and lookalikes, maybe not the original 3, maybe they were, but doubles and lookalikes were used throughout the timeline. The Beatle timeline, and then also during the solo period as well. So that's why, when you look at images, people get confused. In fact, I stopped looking at image comparisons because I've gotten to the point where I know that he's not Paul McCartney, and I also know, as I mentioned, James, many of these images have been doctored and played with, and in fact, in memoirs, it talks about that as well.
Right. Now, we've done exactly what I was trying not to do, which is to leap ahead, because I want to get to the beginning of the story. So
yes.
We've already established, okay, that if George Martin was recruited in to head Parlophone in 55, did you say?
Yeah, it's 1955, I believe.
That's indicative of how far ahead these people think, whoever exactly these people are. So take us back a bit further. When do you think it was, and who was it at Tavistock Institute which made the decision, we need to shift popular culture, we're going to invent this band, or actually more than one band, because I think, am I right in thinking the Stones were a similar construct?
Yeah.
They were the sort of the yang to the
another
yin.
Tavistock creation.
Okay. So do we know who was behind all this?
Well, that's a difficult question, right? So 2 players that pop up, Theodore Adorno out of the Frankfurt School, which of course is attached at the hip to Tavistock, and Willis Harman was another social scientist that the book mentions. So we have Theodore Adorno and Willis Harman, and I did some research on them. It's in my big presentation that I uploaded back in April of 2020. I take the audience through both Harman and Adorno and their ideologies. And then you've got George Martin as part of the equation. So that's where I start. Now, who within the Tavistock chain of command was the person? I don't know that. Tavistock itself, according to the book by Dr. John Coleman, The Committee of 300, reports up through the Committee of 300. So we can argue that the decision wasn't even made at Tavistock per se. Tavistock was in the mode of executing the strategy. That the actual decision-making was made within the Committee of 300, that it was time now to throw the switch and to move society and the cultures into a very different direction. And music being a huge lever in their toolbox, it's huge, just like Hollywood, just like entertainment in general, that it's one of their most effective tools to make change.
Yeah. Okay, so they've made the decisions. Maybe it's the Committee of 300. Maybe someone even higher than the Committee of 300.
Yes, that could be too. Yep.
How were the Fab Four selected?
Well, I have a hypothesis. I won't call it a theory. I call it a hypothesis. If you take a look at images, there's a lot of occult images of the Beatles if you go look for them. And one of the most telling images is images of George Harrison and Paul McCartney with bird cages on their heads. Mm-hmm. There's another image of John Lennon in a Superman shirt with his head leaning up against a bird cage. Now, bird cage symbolism in Illuminati speak is mind control, being in a mind control program. So I have surmised that I believe it's very possible that the Beatles were in mind control programs from a very early age, and they were brought along. So if you take a look at John Lennon as an example, he really didn't have a father. Freddie wasn't really around. His mother passed when he was young. He was raised by his Aunt Mimi. Paul McCartney lost his mother at an early age, I think around 17 years old. And I have speculated that Jim McCartney, his biological father, could very well have been a high-level Freemason. And he was handling his son. In the book, it tells us that, in memoirs, it tells us that Jim McCartney wanted to move his son away from the Christian belief system, to steer him away from that. George Harrison and Ringo Starr are a little more difficult to assess, but where I landed with it is that if two of them were in mind control programs, then it's likely that all four of them were in some kind of program to some degree. And, also, Germany, Hamburg, Frankfurt, I mean, these are all hotbeds for the elites, for Tavistock. So, them going through that process in Germany and Hamburg, I mean, to me, it just lends credence to the argument that it's possible that they were in mind control programs.
Right.
And brought along.
So this is the point, well, actually several points, where skeptics of this analysis will say, oh, come on, too many people would have blabbed. What about Paul McCartney's brother? What about Jane Asher? She would surely notice the difference between old Paul and new Paul. What about, later on, what about Heather McCartney? Linda Eastman. What about, and all these people? It would be too much to expect somebody not to blab.
Well, I get this all the time, as you very well would expect. My answer, not to be flip about it, I'm really not trying to be, flip. These are people that don't really understand how the world works. It's all compartmentalized. And we have to understand that the controlling matrix controls everything. They control your media. They control your politicians. They control your government. They control your military. They control your medicine. They control your education system. And many people just cannot get their heads wrapped around that. They cannot understand the scope of the control. It's full spectrum. So when they come up with these programs, and also, by the way, even within the controlling mechanism, it is compartmentalized. Everything's compartmentalized. It's on a need-to-know basis. So it's like, the example I use, James, is if you work for a large corporation and you're on a desk somewhere, rank and file, do you really know the discussions, the strategy, and the decisions that are being made in the chairman's office? No.
No, but what about, say, Mal Evans, their famous roadie and sort of loyal factotum? He must have known.
Well, he obviously knew that Billy was not Paul.
Yeah. Okay.
And we don't really know what Mal really knew or what he didn't know. I don't know that.
No.
Right. He supposedly had some memoir that was going to be published, and he was killed. He was killed by a police officer, I think, out in L.A.
What, in a tragic accident that could...
Yeah, a tragic accident. That's how they always are, an accident. And the manuscript disappeared. And then sometimes you'll hear that it was, somebody found it and it's going to come out and blah, blah, blah. But even if it comes out, even if it was found, it's not going to contain the information that's going to reveal anything. It might have a couple of nuggets to keep people's interest, but it's not going to be something that's going to tell the truth. But in any case, it's compartmentalized. Do I think that Mal Evans knew that the Beatles didn't write all their own music? I think that's the case because Mal, I remember listening to an interview going back years ago where he said that he contributed to the writing of the title track on Sgt. Pepper, the Sgt. Pepper song. And I think Fixing a Hole was another one. Don't quote me on that one, but I think that was another one. And he was promised credit on that song. on those songs, and he never received it. So here we have a situation where Mal comes out and he says that, hey, I did contribute to the writing of at least 2 songs. So if that's the case, then he has to know that those particular songs weren't written exclusively by Paul McCartney, you know. But going back to my example before about the corporate system, if you even raise it up to, let's just say, middle management, does middle management know everything that's taking place in the CEO's office? No.
No.
Even vice presidents and executives within a corporation don't know everything that's being discussed in the chairman's office or the chairperson's office. So you have to understand the Masonic system is a pyramid structure. It is structured exactly like a corporation, exactly like it. So that's how things are able to be compartmentalized.
Yeah, I think your explanation is generous, in as much as I suspect that I can't believe that Jane Asher doesn't know. I can't believe that lots of
She
people...
does know.
She does know. Yeah,
she does know. First of all, her mother, Margaret, was George Martin's oboe teacher.
Right. Right.
Okay, so that's the thing. You have to connect the dots. There are degrees of separation on all of this. Yeah. In the case with the Beatles, when you start looking at all of these characters, all of these players, you start to see that in one way or another, they're interconnected.
Yes.
You know, they're interconnected. And so in the book, it tells us that her father, Richard Asher, was very much into in the field of psychiatry and hypnosis, and tells us that he would put biological Paul McCartney in a hypnotic trance, and Margaret Asher would play the piano. And that's how the song Yesterday came about. This is what the book is telling us. And so when he came out of trance, one of the post-hypnotic suggestions was to tell him that you're not going to remember the piano playing. All you're going to remember is the tune. You're going to remember the melody. That's what you're going to remember. Now, is that story true? I don't know. Is it possible? Yes. For 12 years, I was in private practice as a hypnotherapist. I was a certified master hypnotherapist. I was board certified by the International Association of Counselors and Therapists. I did hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hypnosis sessions. So is something like that possible? If you have repeated sessions, you put somebody into trance, and you go through that routine? Yes, something like that is very possible. People who want to doubt it, your television set is a hypnosis box. You sit in front of it all day, sooner or later, it's going to get you.
Yeah, exactly. Before I forget, it's easy to get fixated by the Beatles, but there was a whole scene that emerged at the same time. There was the kind of the blues scene, which was very big in the London clubs, and it's where Jimmy Page cut his teeth. You had the Yardbirds, you had Eric Burden and the Animals. You had and then there was the sort of the Kinks as well.
Yes.
Were any of these bands real, or were they all Tavistock creations?
Okay, so this is a question I get asked, and it's a multifaceted response on this thing. First, we have to start with the premise, which I believe is a reality. Tavistock creates the genres of music.
Right.
They create them. So Tavistock builds a sandbox. And the bands that are brought in, let's just talk about the British Invasion, the bands you just mentioned, the Stones, the Beatles, the Who, the Kinks. They are brought in and they are playing in that sandbox. They're creating music that has been decided upon, that is going to be put out as part of the whole counterculture, anti-establishment, to get that mindset going. Now the question becomes, all right, so once you're in their sandbox, because the record labels, let's just take it at a very simple level, the record companies are calling the shots. They're going to explain to you, they're you're going to be assigned a producer, what the songs are going to sound like.
Yeah.
Many times the songs are reshaped, both musically and lyrically. And then, most importantly, is the presentation. The presentation is, how is the band going to look? What's their attire going to look like? There's a perception piece of this thing that people are going to look at. That's part of the manipulation. The manipulation of the mind and the consciousness is to look at how all these guys and these gals are dressed now. Wow, what's going on here? And people start to pay attention to it, and they start to get attracted to it. It's the packaging and the presentation of the album art, which many times was loaded up with occult symbolism. So even a band that was unaware of occultism, let's just say they just didn't have any idea about this stuff, they just went in, they recorded their songs, they released an album, the label would then shape everything to make sure that it was in support of whatever message and agenda that they wanted to put out. The other question I get asked is, are you saying, Mike, that none of these bands could play their instruments? For the record, I have never said that. I've never said that the Beatles couldn't play their instruments. I said that the Beatles were not up to studio skill level to play on their albums. Not until later on, when Billy took over the band, did they play more on the recorded tracks. My conclusion is between 62 and 66, they played on nothing. Right. It was all studio players on those recordings. And if we touch on Rubber Soul, I can explain how I came to that conclusion. But other bands, like The Who as an example, I believe that The Who could play their instruments. And I believe that Keith Moon was on the recorded tracks, that John Entwistle was a very good bass player, that Pete Townsend could play his guitar to the point where he would be on the recorded tracks. So whether they couldn't play or didn't play, or whether they could on the recorded tracks, that's an interesting discussion to have. But at the end of the day, the real issue is presentation. What is the message that's being disseminated out to society, to the public? What is it that the controllers, the social scientists are trying to get the population to buy in on?
Yeah.
That's it in a nutshell.
I agree with you that is the most important thing. And yet, it is endlessly fascinating to speculate at what stage these people knowingly put themselves in the service of this kind of mass brainwashing of society. How much did they believe the sort of things that you and I used to believe about rock and roll when we were growing up? We used to believe that it's four guys in the garage rehearsing, and then they get signed, and they make this great new noise, and they go all the stuff that normal people believe about music. When did they go from there to? Are you familiar with Peter Gabriel at all and Genesis?
I know of Peter Gabriel and Genesis. I have a couple of their records, but as far as their history, not a whole lot.
No, but yeah, okay. So they went to a private school, but somebody's been doing some analysis of the early Genesis tracks, and even very early on, some of the symbolism they're putting into it is clearly occult. I think Peter Gabriel was massively into the occult. I mean, I think he was born, to be Illuminati. I don't know about Mike Rutherford and Richard Banks and so on, but or look at Pink Floyd. I mean, look at the triangle on Dark Side.
David Bowie.
Look at Bowie. Yeah, I mean,
Jimmy Page.
Jimmy Page was always very, very shy about talking about the occult, wasn't he?
Jimmy Page would go on stage in his outfit with moons and stars and all that stuff. I mean, he was communicating out, and there was no secret that he was very much a disciple of Aleister Crowley and Thelema. But the point I'm trying to make is your point. A lot of these people did know. They were schooled in this.
Yeah.
And so who they all are, that's a tough question to answer, because unless you analyze every single one of them, and even then, all you can do is you can speculate, because then the question becomes, we're told that they wrote these songs. Well, did they really write the songs, or were they credited with writing the songs,
Yeah.
and that there were ghostwriters behind the scenes that were pulling all of this together? See, John Lennon said this on one of his songs in Walls and Bridges. I love that album. It's a great album that John Lennon put out. He didn't like it so much, but I thought it was great. He said, it's all showbiz. It's all showbiz. And there's a lot that he said in that one line, that it's all there. It's all entertainment. It's for public consumption. It's what's taking place in front of the curtain, not behind the curtain. And what goes on behind the curtain, it gets, we can know some stuff, but to know it all, it's not possible in my view.
Yeah, but we can make informed speculations,
Of course.
can't we?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So if you're suggesting that the Fab Four were potentially MK Ultra controlled, it follows that this could also apply to a number of other pop stars.
Yes.
I mean, because they don't do things by halves, do they? We've seen this in the Laurel Canyon scene. They were all fakes, basically, weren't they? They were all children of military intelligence or similar. The Stones, presumably. I mean, you've got, for example, when did Brian Jones allegedly die accidentally?
It was 1969, I think, right?
Okay.
I think.
So Paul's death predates that. What's your theory on why original Paul died and how he died?
Wow, I mean that's really a rabbit hole. I'll tell you what. So just going back to something I wanted to mention earlier. We're talking about these bands. I believe that Tavistock always has eyes and ears, pools of resource of these bands that are out there. And some of them obviously are in programs and they're brought along. Others are, other players, artists, entertainers, celebrities, or whatever are not. But they are identified and then they are brought along. In other words, they dangle the carrot, they lure them in, and then they're able to handle them and manipulate them that way. So the point being is there's multiple ways to pull people into the music and entertainment industry to engage in doing the controller's work to push the controller's agenda forward.
Yeah.
Now the question again?
I was leaping all over the place. Sorry, while we're there, I've had sort of another example of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Radiohead. I was a massive Radiohead fan. I mean, I'm probably one of their world's great. I've seen them about 10 times probably, and I know they can play their instruments. But I've been looking at their lyrics, which I never really paid any attention to because I'm more of a kind of music and vibe man than lyric. I kind of, because I could write myself, I said, why should I listen to some crap that some random pop stars written? So I've always been very skeptical about lyrics. But you look at the lyrics, they are very, very dark. They are very, very satanic Illuminati. They are very, very transhumanism. Radiohead are clearly advancing an agenda. Now the question is, were they recruited about the time of Pablo Honey, when they had one song up their sleeve, Creep, and the rest wasn't doing anything? Because they suddenly took off.
Yes. I mean, Radiohead comes up a number of times in the comments section on my channel. People will say exactly what you're saying, James, that something is up with the band. I mean, it's any band that has reached a certain level of notoriety, fame, and fortune, in my view, has signed on a dotted line, has made the pact.
Yeah, literally.
To some degree. Now, the question you asked before, I just remembered, was Paul's death.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go there.
All right. So, in the book, it tells us that Paul's death was a result of entering into a Faustian bargain. He and John Lennon entered into a Faustian bargain in October of 1963. All right. And that bargain basically said that they would give their lives for the success of the band. Now, they were young men. So in 1963, Paul McCartney was, his early 20s, John the same age. So I have told my audience, I've explained that I don't believe they had any idea what they were really getting into. So when they said the words, when they went through the ritual, it may not have even seemed like a ritual to them. But the people who were running the show, the priesthood and so on, this is how they go about it. And but it literally meant that somebody was going to give their life for the success of the Beatles. And the Beatles, as I mentioned, were so important, and still are so important, to the whole shift in ages, from the age of Pisces or the Eon of Osiris to the age of Aquarius or the Eon of Horus, the Eon of Osiris and the Eon of Horus, Crowley terms, Crowley concepts. They were so important to that they had to have assurances that it would succeed. Now, some people might argue, oh, all of this ritual stuff and occult stuff is a bunch of nonsense. How do we know this stuff even works? And my explanation is, and my response is, it doesn't matter what you think, okay? Because you're not running anything. It's not you that is plotting and strategizing as to how they're going to move forward. It's based upon what they believe. Now, whether it actually does something or not, I don't know. But it's what they believe, and they believe it does something. And with my work, I have shown over and over again that the Beatles were immersed in the occult. The occultism is all around them.
The album with the bits of dead baby on it, on the cover.
Yes, the butcher.
How could they? I mean, this was it. 66 was it? Innocent
yes.
period. What?
Yeah.
What did the public make of that?
It was a shock. So that was a Capitol release. That wasn't an album that was released in the UK. So Capitol Records, which was owned by EMI, released the album, and the way the story goes, it was released to DJs, radio stations, and promotional outlets. And I was asked this question just the other day on another show, and they asked me, what do you think was going on there? Well, I think that what was going on was they were testing the waters. When the Beatles came to America in February of 1964, the other thing I wanted, before I say that, remember I said they started in Hamburg in August of 1960, no musical skills, no songwriting, and then they landed in America in February, I think it was February 7th, 1964. That's only 3.5 years, James. Yeah. So the trajectory, they had rockets on their shoes to go where they went based upon where they started. Is that by itself needs to be questioned. So going back to the butcher cover, I think they were testing the waters, because when the Beatles showed up in America, it was titled "The Beatles Conquering America," the British invasion. So when you think about the British invasion, think in terms of Tavistock. The Tavistock invasion, the British invasion, conquering America. They knew they had to conquer the American culture and society, because it's a huge piece of the world. And America was viewed upon as the freedom, work hard, you can go places, you can achieve things in life, and so on. But America was also looked upon as a Christian nation, although there were other religions, obviously, but predominantly it was viewed as a Christian nation. So they had to tear down the traditional values of American society, along with institutionalized religion. In this case, like I said, it was mostly Christianity. John Lennon's comments about the Beatles being bigger than Jesus were not off the cuff. That was scripted.
Yeah.
In the book, it tells us that the Illuminati controllers, whatever you want to call them, declared war on Christianity back on September 11th, 1962. So I think they were just putting the butcher out there to see what the reception would be.
Yeah.
How shocking would this cover be? And in other words, if they got a little bit of feedback, then think of it as Tavistock, like putting a poll out there.
Yeah.
Let's see what the response is. Well, the response wasn't good. So they had more work. Their work was cut out for them. So what happened was, in fact, I did, on the Butcher, there were also clues on the Butcher cover. Bear with me 1 second here. So when we look at the Butcher, I had somebody write to me and say, the Masonic connection and ritual connected to the impending death of Paul are transparent, in other words, apparent on the Butcher cover. Obviously, the Butcher record cover shows a severed baby's head in Paul's lap. So when you look at the Butcher cover, you're going to see in Paul's lap there's a severed baby's head. He's also showing his wristwatch. Paul's showing his wristwatch. The way the prevailing conspiracy goes, Paul McCartney died in a car crash and he was essentially decapitated. So the severed baby's head plays into that decapitation. The wristwatch is a reference to time and death. Also Kronos, Saturn, or Satan. He probably wasn't aware of this, but no wonder he was having bad dreams, because in the book it tells us that he was having nightmares as he was getting closer and closer to when he was going to pass away. But I have a note here on this chart as well. Here's the chart, folks. I showed it in one of my my presentations. Dismembered body parts can represent mind control and or being transformed into a different kind of being, at least partially, to an other than human person or a spirit. So when you think about that piece of it, you've got biological Paul McCartney and you've got Billy. In the book, Billy claims that he possesses biological Paul's spirit. Now, again, I will leave it up to the person who's listening or who reads the book to decide whether they want to believe that or not. I'm just explaining the occult aspects of this as it's explained in the book. So I do think, I lean toward Paul's death being a ritual sacrifice in order to move the ball forward, to ensure success. In fact, in the book, it's called Death for Success. So we have the same thing with Brian Jones. We have the same thing with Keith Moon. We have John Bonham from Led Zeppelin. Yeah. There are many, many examples. The 27 Club as an example. Yeah. Many, many examples where the artist, the entertainer, the musician passes away, and the band lives on, and the band lives on in a very successful way.
Yes, of course. What's the band that followed Nirvana? I mean, they've done terribly well, haven't they? I mean, considering.
Are you talking about the Foo Fighters?
Foo Fighters. I mean, they've actually become way bigger than Nirvana ever were.
Well, the whole Dave Grohl thing.
Dave Grohl, he's a wrong one, isn't he? Completely. I mean, the way he pushed the backs and stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have Kurt Cobain dies, and then the drummer, right, from the Foo Fighters, passed away, and they did that creepy film, which appeared like predictive programming. I forgot the drummer's name, folks. I wasn't a big Foo Fighter
Dave Grohl.
Fan, but I know Dave Grohl, but the whoever the other musician was that had died. But the point I'm trying to make is, somebody asked me, they said, Mike, what do you think about Dave Grohl? I said, well, I think I would never want to be in a band with him.
That's right. It's like being the drummer in Spinal Tap, isn't it? You don't want to...
So, yeah. I don't know where you're at with that, James, as far as, a lot of people don't subscribe to the ritual sacrifice.
I mean, Mike, to me, it's an absolute duh. These people are steeped in it. And as you say, even if it's not actually Satan himself pulling the strings in the supernatural world, his minions take their rituals very seriously, and they make it so, regardless, so in a way they are acting on behalf of the supernatural dark forces that they serve and making it happen. Yeah. I think that's the deal.
Folks should listen to the Bob Dylan interview that he did with 60 Minutes back, I think in the early 2000s, with Ed Bradley. And Dylan basically spills the beans, and he talks about he signed on the dotted line with the chief commander.
The chief commander interview is very, very telling and kind of sad as well.
It was sad.
Because you realise that this guy is condemned, a bit like the sort of ancient mariner, to go around, go around wedding feasts telling his story endlessly. And they can't retire except in special circumstances. Where are you on David Bowie?
Bowie, like I said, he was deep into the occult.
But do you think he's actually dead? I mean, the reason have you seen the interview, the guy who appears on TV after he's died talking about?
Yeah. I'm not completely sold that that's David Bowie. What I explain to folks is that can some of these deaths be staged? Can they be symbolic? And yes, even in the occult, when you do the research, that some of these rituals can be symbolic. But on the other hand, James, people do die. And they do die. And to think that none of them die, because that's the position by some people, is none of them have died. They're on some special island somewhere sucking down pina coladas. What?
They've gone beyond the wall. They're in
yeah. I've heard that one too, Antarctica, and or some undisclosed island owned by the controllers, and so just a bunch of stories out there. But I subscribe more to the fact that that they do die, that they are sacrificed, that they signed on a dotted line. I mean, in the interview that Bob Dylan did, Dylan said that because when Ed Bradley asked him, "Why are you still doing this?" and he said, "Because I have to live up to my end of the bargain." And he also said that because Ed Bradley also asked him about writing his lyrics, because Dylan wrote these prolific, I should say profound lyrics back in the day, and then he said, I can't write like that anymore. Yeah. And then Ed Bradley kind of, well, what do you mean you can't write like that anymore? But on the other hand, Ed was probably playing a little dumb, because Ed didn't get to where he got by being naive.
Yeah.
So there was a little bit of play going on there. But that interview by Bob Dylan is a very important one in my view, because I think to this day it's probably one of the closest we have come to somebody who was a superstar, big-time artist, coming out and just saying it. It came across very sincere and very genuine versus in a joking manner. Yeah. Sometimes we get it in a joking manner, but Dylan wasn't joking when he was doing that interview. That's my impression.
Yeah. I'm flitting about here, I know, but I've got all sorts of things I want to
No, go ahead. This is great.
So I was thinking, with my new eyes, about the Beatles construct, and realizing just how much different aspects of popular culture bolstered the myth. And so, for example, you had the Ruttles. So you had a spoof documentary about this band like the Beatles, called the Ruttles, reinforcing the notion that the Beatles were a real phenomenon. And I was thinking, Eric Idle from Monty Python was involved with the Ruttles, which makes you think, so even the Pythons were to a degree in on the game.
Yeah, and the Monty Python gang was connected at the hip to George Harrison, right? There was
and
George Harrison.
I mean, at the time, I thought it was ridiculous to suggest that this film was genuinely mocking Christianity, but actually, with hindsight, that is kind of what it was doing.
Yeah, and when you talk about the Ruttles, think about it. Neil Innes was in the Ruttles. He played the part of Ron Nasty, the John Lennon character. But Neil was also in the Bonzo Dog Band with Vivian Stanshall.
So then you had the more recent film, written by that awful man who is clearly Illuminati, a servant thereof at least, Richard Curtis, the guy who wrote Four Weddings and a Funeral. And he wrote this film about the guy who discovers, as if the Beatles had never been, he's the only guy who knows the Beatles' back catalogue, and he's a songwriter, and so he releases the Beatles songs as if for the first time. Did you see that movie?
Yes.
I didn't see it, but again, it's
have you thought about the movie Yesterday?
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Yes, I did two videos on that film. In fact, in that film, with the Ed Sheeran character, there's a mention of the Ginger Geezer, which was a term that was associated with Vivian Stanshall.
Yeah, yeah, you see,
Yeah.
they do this. What you said at the beginning, I thought, was very true and incisive. That actually, when you recognise the pattern of these conspiracy theories, the Beatles is very much like any other. So what they do is they create this narrative, they then bolster the myth, and they reinforce the myth at various stages through history. You see them doing it with the moon landings. Now there's a new movie about how they're having to fake the moon landings, even though the moon landings happen because reasons. So they're constantly finding new ways of reminding new generations that this story is true and it happened. And they're doing that with the Beatles all the time. You can't escape them.
Right. No, you can't escape it. In fact, I told folks years ago that what you're going to see is a ticker tape parade as Billy rides into the sunset. And I said this years ago. And so, and what have we had since I said that? Let's just say 6 or 7 years ago. I mean, we just had a litany of documentaries and various releases and books and so on that are continuing to promote the Beatle myth, and in particular, the McCartney character. In memoirs, it tells us, I mean, to get really esoteric, that the ritual sacrifice of Paul McCartney and Billy taking on the role is the reenactment of the Osiris-Horus
Right.
ritual, going back to the Egyptian mysteries. And people can look into that if they like. I've done presentations on it. You can take a listen and decide for yourself whether you believe that or not. The truth of the matter is, James, I say all the time that the world is run by occultists.
Yeah.
They're not run by your politicians. They're not run by your parliament or your Congress or your president or your prime minister. It's run by occultists. And what people believe is the true structure, the governments and the politicians and all that stuff. That's just, that's just theatrics in front of the curtain.
Yeah. And the music industry is and the entertainment industry generally is one of their main forms of mind control.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just on the subject of who wrote the Beatles stuff, because I'm struck. I was a music critic for many years, and I listened to the Beatles back catalogue, and it's extraordinary how idiomatic it is. I mean, you can listen to Radiohead, you know it's Radiohead. Actually, Stones are not very idiomatic either, because you've got, Paint It Black, Ruby Tuesday, and then you've got Start Me Up. That doesn't look like it was written by the same people. But the Beatles, I think it's particularly noticeable that this looks like the work of many hands, and not just sort of sardonic John and slightly twee melodic Paul McCartney. It's and a bit of Ringo and a bit of George. It's obviously, now it seems to me, it doesn't, not to you as well. This was written by a committee.
Yeah. So people ask me about that many times as well, and I explain that some people in the conspiracy research with the Beatles and McCartney will say, "Oh, Theodore Adorno wrote all their music," and I actually addressed that in my big presentation back in April of 2020. It's 4.5 hours. And I did a whole bit on Adorno. And I believe that Theodore Adorno was in an oversight capacity out of the Frankfurt School and Tavistock. It's not to say that Theodore Adorno didn't write some of the music. In fact, one song that I'm convinced he penned is the song Piggies off the Beatles' White Album. It's right up his alley, lyrically and musically. But what I concluded in my presentation, James, is that there were a small group of songwriters, crack songwriters, that were responsible for writing, penning the Beatles' music, especially between 1962 and 1966. And to break it down even further, stylistically, I believe that there was maybe a group of, let's just say 2 to 3, maybe 4, that were responsible for writing McCartney-style music, and 3 or 4 that were responsible for writing John Lennon styles of music. And then we have, occasionally we would have a George Harrison song. All of this was being managed based upon my research and my opinion on this, being managed by George Martin. And I also believe that George Martin had a big part in writing some of the music himself. In fact, I have a clip of him in an interview where he says that he wrote the guitar lead for Michelle. He says, that was my composition. That's exactly what he says. That's my composition. So I'm watching that clip and I'm thinking to myself, you didn't just write that. I'm going to guess that Michelle was entirely your composition. So we have Adorno in an oversight capacity. George Martin, in all likelihood, either dotted line or direct line, reporting into Adorno on this, and then we have these songwriters that reporting into George Martin, working on these songs, and they utilized studio musicians to record the music. And when the Beatles came in to record, they were recording the vocals and the harmonies. They were not playing on those recorded tracks. Again, between 62 and 66 specifically, starting in 1967 with Sgt. Pepper, but mostly with the White Album in 1968, we get to hear more of their own compositions and more of them playing on the recorded tracks. But prior to that, like Pepper, as an example, was the Billy, a.k.a. Paul McCartney, and George Martin show.
Right.
That was them. And even when you listen to or read interviews by the other Beatles, especially John Lennon and George Harrison, even Ringo. I think Ringo said that he learned to play chess during the Sgt. Pepper sessions. And in an interview that Billy did with Bernie Goldberg in the 1980s, he told Bernie Goldberg that George Harrison was essentially a no-show for the Sgt. Pepper sessions. So if that's the case, and George is credited with the guitar playing on Sgt. Pepper, but Billy's telling us, a.k.a. Paul McCartney, he wasn't there. He was putting a pool in or something. That's a quote. Then you have to ask the logical question, well, then who was playing guitar on those tracks on Sgt. Pepper if George wasn't there?
Eric Clapton?
So,
Eric Clapton? I don't know.
It could be Clapton. It could be Billy himself. Billy was, he was, Billy himself. So anyway, so that's my take on how the songwriting was done. It wasn't. I don't believe it was done by one person. So when you take a look at Theodore Adorno, he had a lot going on. So and people will say he was a brilliant composer and all that stuff. Well, you could be a brilliant composer, but when you have a lot of other stuff going on, especially involving the Frankfurt School, writing books, he was doing television appearances and lectures and stuff like that. You still need time to do your brilliance.
So you have this controversial thesis that maybe by the time of the White Album, the actual 4 surviving members, or 3 surviving members plus fake Paul, were actually writing, because I quite like the the White Album. I'm thinking of Abbey Road. I quite like the songs. That was the first Beatles album I remember vividly because it was the first one I got on my father's 8-track in his car. I listened to it all the time. Do you think by that stage the actual alleged Beatles were writing their own songs to a degree?
Abbey Road? I think it's a mix, James, of them writing their own songs and ghostwriters.
Right.
I don't know. One of the things we have to do is take a look at the Beatle period of songwriting and then fast forward into their solo careers and think in terms of, when you look at the Beatle catalog collectively, let's just pick John Lennon's Beatles songs, and then you go to his solo career and assess the songwriting and the music in his solo career. I will make an argument that it in no way compares with the music that was written when he was a Beatle. some of John's albums have songs on them that are, in my view, are just throwaway tracks. Sometime in New York City, that live album he did is atrocious, in my view. That's the same guy that wrote In My Life. That's the same guy that allegedly wrote Strawberry Fields Forever, and he put that out.
Yeah.
So I think we have to do those comparisons. A lot of times what happens is, for some reason, people only focus on the Beatle content, and then when we get to the solo period, they get a pass. People, George Harrison had an album when he was on the Warner label, Somewhere in England, and when he handed the tapes in for the album, the Warner executives sent him back to the drawing board and said, no, this is not going to cut it. You have to go back and put together better songs. But a lot of people don't know that story either. And in fact, like I said, it's mainstream. You can look it up in Wikipedia. Look up the album Somewhere in England. It'll tell you that story.
Do you think that Lennon wrote Working Class Hero?
That's a good question. I think it's possible that Lennon wrote Working Class Hero for two reasons. One, it's a very straightforward song.
Yeah.
You've got, A minor and G, right? That's the song. It's basically two chords. And in that song, it comes across to me that John Lennon, many times Lennon was, especially in his solo career, was, I think, trying to get the word out.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to divulge what was really going on behind the scenes. I mean, in the Rolling Stone interview, I think he did in 1971, he called the Beatles, McCartney, and Bob Dylan a myth. Okay, so, I mean, he just basically covered all his ground there, and he referred to the Beatles. He said, by the time we got to the United States in 1964, we were old hands. We were craftsmen. Okay, so craftsman, being very good at your craft, craftsman is also a reference back to Freemasonry. All of the Beatles were Masons, all of them. So I think that Working Class Hero possibly could be a song that that John did pen. Songs like Mother, I think he did. A lot of the other songs where it's very straightforward. Now, a song that the book tells us, Memoirs tells us he did not write, that was generously credited to him. That's I think the exact words, is Imagine.
Yeah,
Imagine is
that one.
Yeah, well, listen to what he says. Imagine no possessions is the same thing as saying you'll own nothing and be happy.
Yeah.
And that was done 50 years prior to everybody listening to and hearing the World Economic Forum go on with their nonsense. So the point you made before about how they planned so far ahead, this is another example of that. Imagine was not written by John Lennon, according to the book. I believe it. It was basically table setting for what it is that we're going to experience from an agenda perspective going forward from that point when the song was released to where we are today.
Yes, and there's also there's the anti-Christian thing. No hell below us, above us only sky. It's clearly we're clearly being programmed. Oh, what a terrible burden that John Lennon must have borne before he died, having this atrocity pinned on him, having to have it known that you'd written this piece of crap.
Well, and the thing that Lennon did a couple of times in interviews was he was not flattering about the Beatles' music.
Was he not? Right.
Yeah, I mean, he would make comments about it didn't make his clock tick. And I remember George Martin in an interview after hearing that said, "Well, I don't know why John would say something like that. They're very good songs. They're great songs." And I think it's because John Lennon didn't write those songs, and or many of those songs. And so he was in a position in his life later on when he was in his solo career where he had more latitude to be able to be him. Even though, like I said, in all likelihood, there were ghostwriters helping John to complete albums as well.
We know from, among others, Ollie Damigard. I don't know whether you listen to him on the Assassination.
Yeah, I know Ollie, yeah.
Yeah, he's great. And clearly it wasn't done by Mark Chapman. It was done by
No.
the Cuban
Jose Perdomo.
who was posing as the doorman in the Dakota building.
Right.
Why do you think they finished him off? Was it because of he was giving too much away?
Well, that's another. You're asking very good questions, James.
Well, I'm
going to have to come on your show more often. So there's two things going on here. One, in this book, The Lennon Prophecy by Joseph Niezgoda. I think this book was released sometime around 2009, 2010. He puts forth a premise that John Lennon entered into a Faustian bargain back in 1960. And he puts forth an argument that many of these Faustian bargains, these deals with the devil, they have a 20-year shelf life. So if he made the deal in 1960, that meant that his time was up in 1980. Now, I mentioned this on another show recently as well. When we take a look at when John Lennon was assassinated, it was December 8th of 1980. When you look at the date, it's 9/11 encoded. So December is 12, 1 plus 2 is 3, the 8th, the day, 8, 3 plus 8 is 11. When you look at 1980, you have 1 plus 9 is 10, plus 8 is 18, 1 plus 8 is 9. So Lennon's death was a 9/11 encoded date, as was the Decca demo on January 1st of 1962, as was the Beatles coming to America on February 7th of 1964. February is 2, the day 7, that's 9, 1964, 1 plus 9 is 10, 6 plus 4 is 10, so we have 11, 1 and 1. So they're very clever. I should say this too, they're very clever with how they go about their numerology and their numbers and encoding.
They love all that gematria. It's mystifying to me, but then it's meant to be mystifying. Unless you're steeped in this stuff, it just all seems quite stretched, doesn't it? It seems quite...
No, I know, it is a stretch, and people, they just think numbers are something that you deal with when you're at the cash register at the store, and what they don't understand is signs and symbols rule the world, and think of numbers as signs and symbols. Think of it as an encoded way in which they speak and communicate to each other.
Yeah.
The average person, who they refer to as profane, is not going to get it, but this is how they communicate to each other. Numbers is one of those methods.
Yeah. Mike, I could talk to you for hours about this stuff, but I've come around to the view that the optimal time for a podcast is about an hour and a half, and an hour we've already
I hear
gone over. So I'd love to talk to you again sometime. This is an endlessly fascinating topic. Tell people who are not, there can't be anyone not familiar with your work, but just in case there is, tell them where they can find your stuff.
Just go to my hub website, Sage of Quay, SAGEOFQUAY, sageofquay.com. Everything is there. So I'm on YouTube, BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey, Brighteon. If you want to listen to my music, I have links to my music on Reverb Nation and SoundCloud. Everything is there, James. It's really one-stop shop. And if you're interested in this particular conspiracy, the Beatles and the McCartney conspiracy, just go over to my Paul is Dead channel, and the link is on my website.
So you're a musician, Mike. So who is your controller, and who is...
I have no controller.
Yeah, were you
I operate... Yeah, of course, right. No, it's... the Beatles, like I said, James, when we first started, they were a huge influence on me. And but my life... Most of my life was not spent with music as my career. I was in the corporate world. I kept my interest in music, and it was a primary hobby of mine. But it wasn't my career. I had no controllers, no handlers, no groomers, or any of that stuff.
It only remains for me to thank my lovely viewers and listeners. If you enjoyed this stuff, why not subscribe to my Substack or Locals or Subscribestar or Patreon? Or just buy me a coffee. You know you want to. I'm really bad at selling my product, but I'm probably kind of worth it. Anyway, and also support my sponsors because they're great. Thank you again, Mike Williams of Sage of Quay.
Thank you, James.
And let's do a rematch sometime. It's been a joy talking to you.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Sage of Quay. Welcome to the show, Mike.
Thanks for having me back, guys.
Great to have you.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, so how it's been 10 months. You're quite a busy dude. What has unfolded for you in the last 10 months? And we'll go into a little bit about your background, but obviously, catch us up a little bit and we'll go from there.
Well, mostly I've gotten a lot more back into my music. That's good stuff. My brother and I did a bunch of demos going back 30 to 40 years ago. So we decided that we're going to brush them off and we're going to re-record them, redo them. It's going to be a current day interpretation of the songs. We don't want to go back 40 years and replicate them. So we're giving it a new spin. And so we're hoping to get 8 to 10 songs together so that we can put an album out. And so that's been a lot of fun. My wife is an avid gardener. I call her our family farmer. So she's been doing a lot of work in the backyard, growing her own food. I have another grandchild. My daughter just gave birth to our granddaughter. So our grandson was born about 2 years ago, 22 months ago. And our granddaughter's about 2 weeks old.
Oh, congratulations.
So that's the stuff that I do outside of the Beatles and the blog and all that. But other than that, just keeping a pulse on what's going on with Billy Shears, aka Paul McCartney and the Beatles, and doing the blog and following what's going on in this crazy world that we interact with.
Right. Well, and obviously you caught our interview with Gregory Martin, son of George Martin, the producer of the Beatles, I think, right?
I did, yes.
Yeah. Actually, I know Mike did, but so yeah, and we'll dig into that. But yeah, part of the conversation we're going to talk about tonight is Billy Shears. And if you guys are not familiar with that, Mike's going to go into some more deeper background on who this character is. And this might be a little bit jarring or jaw-dropping for some folks, but there was something that Gregory said on the show, and we could talk about that as well. So
this may be the very reason that I just really don't like the Beatles. Maybe I just picked up on the dishonesty of the whole thing early on. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. So just before we dig into that, tell people a little bit about your show and your channel. So, because some may not be familiar with what you do. So let's go a little bit into your background first. Not real far, but at least catch them up to speed.
Yeah, I started off as a blogger. So going back to the 2011, 2012 timeframe, I fired up a blog and it had to do with alternative research, conspiracy research, and I still do it to this day. So I try to post 8 to 10 posts per day, daily. I haven't missed many days over the last 12 years or so. I just sit down in the morning with a cup of coffee and I just poke around and decide what might be of interest to the folks that follow my blog. So I started with that. And then in 2014, I decided to get into podcasting. So I fired up my YouTube channel, Sage of Quay. And one of my very first guests was David Icke. And somebody had his email and I reached out to him. I never expected that David was going to get back to me because nobody knew who I was. And about a week after I sent the email, David responded and he said, "Sure, I'll come on your show," which was great because immediately it brought attention to the channel. And the other person that helped me out tremendously, basically the same story, was Max Egan. So I sent an email out to Max. I used to listen to a lot of his stuff. I still do. I still periodically post his shows onto the blog. And I asked Max if he would come on the show, and he said he would as well. So I'd like to thank David and Max again for kicking things off 10 years ago with my podcasting. And then what happened around the 2016 timeframe, I was doing a lot of podcasts on different types of topics, conspiracy topics. And you name it, I was covering it. And then in 2016, I read the book, The Memoirs of Billy Shears. And the book actually came out in 2009. And so 7 years later, I got around to it. I was poking around on Amazon looking for some books, and it came up and said, hey, you might be interested in this. And I had no idea what the book was about. So I took a look.
Can you show the viewers what the book looks like?
Yeah, sure. This is the current edition.
Aha.
The book.
All right.
Originally, the book had a red cover. So I had the red cover to start. This is the blue cover. There's been about 4, I think, updates to the book. So the current version, I think, is May of 2023. So Tom Harriet, who is the author / encoder, he updates the book periodically with footnotes, and he has this new layer of information in the book, a new layer of encoding, I should say. It's called the whisper messages. So on many of the pages, in very light font, there are sentences, and it gives you more insight. It allows you to dig deeper into the story behind Billy Shears, who is Paul McCartney to many people, and the Beatles as a band. So when I first got into it in 2016, I read the book and I just couldn't believe what I was reading. I was a Beatle fanatic. I loved the Beatles, and in fact, you could probably see some of the stuff, maybe some of my Beatles stuff. You could see Abbey Road, So the Beatles were the reason why I got into music, why I played the guitar, why I started writing songs, why I started recording, and I learned a lot from just listening to Beatles songs. And so when I started reading the book, I thought to myself, this is unbelievable. I had known about the Paul is Dead conspiracy for many years. It went back to when I was a sophomore or a junior in high school. That's when I really got into it, 1975, 1976 or so. But at the time, I just thought, like everybody else, it was a marketing gimmick. The Beatles were always sold to us as being very clever and very, very witty. So, they were having some fun with their fan base. So I didn't think much of it. And then when I got to the book, and I was reading through all the detail. That's the thing with the book. There is so much detail in the book that when you step back, you think to yourself, well, only somebody who is very close to the situation could know this much about the Beatles, about Paul McCartney, about the whole thing. And so when I got started with the book, I went on a path to either prove or disprove what the book was saying. So to figure out whether it was telling the truth or whether I could debunk it. And at the end of the day, I found that the book was truthful, very truthful. And especially when you figure out that the book is written in layers. That's why Tom is called the encoder versus the author. So Tom is an expert in encoding. And going back a number of years ago, I had an email exchange with him. And I asked him about how he learned how to do this encoding. And he had said that when he was younger, he was taught how to do it. And he said at the time he didn't understand why he was being taught how to encode. And this is how it works within the Masonic system. Like Tom is a Freemason. So they will be taught certain skills so that they can become very valuable resources down the line when certain projects or initiatives come up. The Freemasonry is constructed the same way as a corporation. So think of Freemasonry as Masonic Inc. And they do the same thing that corporations do. So whenever there's a project or an initiative or something that has to get done, they go through their organization and they seek out the most qualified, best skilled people to put on a particular job or task. So apparently Tom got tapped to do this book, to encode it. And it is a Masonic book. And what that means is it is layered. So the first layer is you just read the book the way you would read any book, and you'll get information that way. The second layer, on each page are bolded out words. It's called word stacking. So when you read the bolded out words, it forms sentences. So now you have a second layer. The third layer is referred to as the acrostical code. So at the beginning of each sentence, every other letter at the beginning of each sentence, when you read vertically, it forms more sentences. And this allows you to get even deeper now into what's going on. Then in 2018, Tom brought the footnotes into the book. So before 2018, there weren't any footnotes. Now, the footnotes are important because actually by themselves, they can be a small book. So you'll have the main narrative in memoirs, and the footnote will expand upon what is really being said in that particular passage or narrative on the page. Now, why is that? Because the book is written in a way sometimes where it's a bit coy. And Tom added the footnotes when he explained this to me. Billy he wanted the book to move faster. He wanted more people to be aware of it, more people to read it, to speed up the disclosure. And
Billy himself wanted that.
Yeah, that's my understanding based upon correspondences that I had with Tom. So he was looking for ways to get the book to have more traction.
Well, I find that interesting because if this is fully known, then there's certain things that happen after, if that's not the real Paul, that Billy's children wouldn't be in the will, right? I mean, how does, I just find that balance kind of intriguing.
Yeah, so it is a balance, and the way the book is written, it's categorized as historical fiction. So this way, when people read it, a lot of people jump to that right away and say, oh, the book is nonsense. It's historical fiction. It's not real. But the thing is, because it's layered, it is a Masonic book. When you break down the layers, you get to the truth. Now, here's the thing. The fictional aspects of the book, I ran this by Tom going back a number of years ago because I thought I figured out what was going on. So the book makes certain claims. Let's talk about Aleister Crowley as an example. And it talks about Crowley and his influence within the Beatles as an entity. So if somebody doesn't believe that Aleister Crowley is important and believes that he's just a carnival barker, then that part of the book is fiction. At a very basic level, if somebody doesn't believe that Paul McCartney was replaced or swapped out, then right off the bat, the book is fiction because they're going to step back and say, well, this is just nonsense. Paul has always been Paul. This whole Paul is dead thing is screwy stuff and for people with tinfoil hats. So the book is written so that when you reach certain points in it, if you disagree with it and you don't believe it, then that becomes the fictional aspect of the book coming from the reader and not the book itself. So it's very slick the way it's put together. Once Tom did the footnotes, then he did the whisper messages, and also the book invites the reader to go outside of the book to do additional research. And that's exactly what I did when I pursued whether the Beatles wrote all their own music and played on all of their recorded tracks. That is not in the book. It wasn't in the book when I did the work. Footnotes were added later to validate my research. That is indeed the case, that the Beatles did not write all their own music and they did not play on all of their recorded tracks. But prior to that, the book approached the whole Lennon and McCartney songwriting per the mainstream narrative, which is that they were these brilliant, genius, prolific songwriters, and so on. So it's a very interesting read, and I always tell folks that if it's a conspiracy that you want to get into, then you probably should buy this book and read it. You can also follow my work. I break down a lot of what's in the book, a lot of the encoding, to kind of make it easier for people to understand what's going on, especially a lot of the occult aspects of it.
Yeah, you brought up Crowley, and I've kind of done a deep dive on him, but I don't know much about his influence on the Beatles. Was there a lot of interaction there, or was it based on influence?
Well, the first clue that we get is that Crowley's in the upper left-hand corner on the Sgt. Pepper cover.
Right. I knew
Right.
that. Mm-hmm.
So you see that, you think to yourself, what's going on there? But in the book, it talks a lot about Aleister Crowley and about his religion of Thelema.
Right.
And the Eon of Horus. And how the Beatles, and this is a term that I coined, and I see more and more people using it, but the Beatles are the Pied Pipers of the Eon of Horus, which many people will know as the Age of Aquarius. Yeah. So when you look at the Sgt. Pepper cover, Pied means multicolored. And so what's being implied there is they are the Pied Pipers. They're going to lead their followers, their listeners, their fan base to the new age, to a new eon. And that's where they're trying to take us now. And of course, a lot of people will say, well, maybe that's a good thing if the Beatles are taking us there. But I would argue that it's really not such a good thing.
Well, not if they're...
Yeah.
I mean, it would appear to me, in my estimation of what happened, that the intelligence agencies were a big part of what was going on. And there's a lot of rumors about Crowley being involved in intelligence agencies as well. And
oh yeah,
we know with Jack Parsons that Thelema took off in the military-industrial complex like a wildfire. So, maybe ushering us into an era means a whole lot more than just...
Yeah, when we talk about Crowley, we have to understand we are talking about the intelligence and the military industry. So I guess the military, intelligence, industrial, whatever we want to call it, industry. So what a lot of people don't realize is that they just look at Aleister Crowley as an occultist, a magician. He was into ritual and ceremony and black magic and so on, but they don't understand that he was part of the elite system. That's the thing. He's part of that whole elite establishment. So there's a great book. I think I have it here, maybe not. I don't have it here. Richard Spence, and the title of the book is Agent 666. And so Crowley goes back to World War I. He was working with British intelligence, which means it takes him back to Wellington House, which was the Ministry of Propaganda for the British in World War I. Wellington House became Tavistock.
Right.
So, we could start to connect the dots. We could connect Crowley back to British intelligence. British intelligence was and propaganda was formulated out of Wellington House. Wellington House transitioned to the Tavistock Institute. So, the entire the entire internationalist structure, part of its protocols, part of how it operates, is the occult.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the documentary about Tavistock called Stranger Things. Maybe you saw it.
I don't think I saw that.
It's a Netflix series.
Okay.
Joke in there, yeah. But it does follow the Tavistock story in a variety of ways.
There's two books that I recommend that people read on Tavistock. As primers, we've got Daniel Esterlin's book, The Tavistock Institute, Social Engineering the Masses. We've got John Coleman's book, Tavistock, Shaping the Moral, Spiritual, Cultural, Political, and Economic Decline of the United States of America. This book was published in 2005. Also, Coleman's book from, I think this is 1992 or 93, The Committee of 300. He talks about the committee, the Tavistock reports up through the Committee of 300. It's in this book. He has pages dedicated to the Beatles being a creation of Tavistock.
Right.
Wow.
So
Just
yeah,
like
so
MK Ultra, I guess.
Tavistock is very, very important in this. And unfortunately, a lot of people, especially in the quote truth or the conspiracy research arena, they don't really understand that. They know Tavistock, they understand it. They may talk about it from a cursory perspective, but they don't understand that Tavistock is it's really the foundation to everything that is the internationalist matrix or the internationalist structure. So it's a very powerful organization. Its tentacles are everywhere, not just in the UK or in England. It's here in the United States. And, you know, the Rockefeller Foundation was connected at the hip to Tavistock, and still is, the CIA, MI6, and on and on and on and on. The Club of Rome, the Bilderbergs, Davos, which would be the World Economic Forum, the Council on Foreign Relations, and so on.
Well, question on that. So, you know, we see these young artists, whether it's like a Miley Cyrus or a Taylor Swift, etc., and they start off as wholesome, and then, you know, later on, and they're the younger girls, some boys too, probably, they're watching them, and so they start emulating their behavior and what they're into. So, is Tavistock part of that as well? I imagine.
Yeah.
It's all part of that, right?
Tavistock, their whole thing is mind control, social engineering. They have an understanding of the human psychology far beyond what most people can comprehend. And they know that most human beings follow. They follow and they mirror. So if they see a certain group of people behaving a certain way, you know, the crowd kind of goes that way. And this is what they did with the Beatles, with the screaming girls and all that stuff. In the very beginning, to get the girls to show up and to scream and carry on, they were paid. They were paid to do this. And then after a while, well, you didn't have to open the wallet anymore because people were conditioned to do that. This was the behavior that was expected when you were at a Beatles concert or, you know, pick some other band. So there's a shaping of the human psyche that Tavistock is just brilliant at. And they know how people think, and they know with very high levels of confidence how people are going to behave. You know, and this is getting a lot more difficult these days with the advent of artificial intelligence, where all of this data is being scraped and all of this data is being compiled. And what the AI does, what the technology does, is to create scenarios. If we do X, what are the possible outcomes? With, like I said, with very high levels of confidence that these scenarios or these outcomes will result. And this is all because people are feeding Facebook and they're feeding Instagram and they're feeding YouTube. And, you know, we're guilty of it too because we're on social media. Maybe not to the point where most people, I don't put my political leanings out there or any of that stuff. And I try to refrain from putting a lot of data out on social media because I know exactly what they're doing. So what they're able to do is they're able to bucket people and categorize them. We have these groups and, you know, and that group, and, you know, they sort them all out. And they know what their hot buttons are. They know what motivates them. They know what demotivates them. So there's this constant, you know, button pushing and, you know, these tactics that are used to keep people off balance or to give them, you know, to lead them down a dead end with hopium, knowing that there's nothing, there is no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I mean, a good example of that, some people are probably going to get really angry with me, is QAnon. QAnon was a psyop. Q goes back to a psychological operation dating back to the 1920s from the Soviet Union under Stalin. It was called Operation Trust. And what Operation Trust was all about was putting information out for the dissidents and to let them believe that there are white hats out there and that there are people working behind the scenes that are going to turn things around. Sounds very familiar, right? With Q, we had trust the plan. And I had a discussion with somebody a couple of days ago through email, and I explained to them that January 6th was a result of QAnon. It was very similar to Operation Trust because January 6th, what it did was it culminated with thousands and thousands of people who followed the Pied Piper, Donald Trump, and these were the dissidents.
Real quick, I just want to say to the audience, see, we have shows where we have people that are very pro QAnon,
Yep.
and then some that are not. And we just had Pascal Najati basically saying that absolutely Q is for real and it's for sure. And so it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out, because Scott and I, we do try to have an open platform because we don't know.
Yeah, we got to present both sides.
We got to present both sides.
No,
we didn't even know this was going to come up tonight, quite frankly.
No. I just brought this up. I kind of blindsided you guys. It's only because we're talking about Tavistock and we're talking about how they manipulate people. And so it's giving people hope. So I'll give you my perspective on it. So January 6th was the result of this effort to entrap the dissidents, those who are in favor of nationalism. And Trump was their figurehead for that. He brought them to January 6th to the Capitol. And I won't get into all the other pieces of this where there was a total lack of security. And you have to ask yourself, how is it the president of the United States allowed that particular situation to be the way it was, where security was extremely lax? I mean, nobody thought about agent provocateurs. Come on. I mean, you and I would have thought about that if somebody had asked us to bring thousands of people to the Capitol. And so, what they did was they had a bunch of these people in their sandbox now, and they plucked a bunch of them and they put them on trial, these kangaroo trials, these kangaroo courts. And these leaders of the freedom movement, nationalist movement, constitutionalists, they got stiff terms. They get 15 years for doing nothing. 15 years for doing nothing. So this is very similar to Operation Trust out of the Soviet Union in the 1920s. They rounded up the dissidents and they put them in the gulag. So I don't know. I mean, I know there's people who are not going to agree with me and they think I'm crazy that, Q is real and these Q drops and there are white hats out there and people are working behind the scenes to try to free humanity and all that stuff. But
I will say, if you want to watch something, watch our interview with Mike King. It is incredible, and it's the opposite of this narrative.
Yeah,
but it's open for discussion, obviously.
Well, when I learned of Operation Trust, it did fit the description like to a T, and I thought, oh, son of a bitch. But what's interesting is, with the Obama era, and the Clintons, I mean, we even had the Bushes before them setting everything up. We were so mired in the system as it is. They didn't have any real need. The people were already captured. They were already dumbed down. They were already anesthetized. And they could have executed these plans on a much longer timeline very effectively. So I don't really see the motivation for it. So that's kind of what vexes me a little bit when because I want to make that connection and feel, that, I'm making the right assessment, but I haven't been able to do that wholeheartedly.
With with what? With Q being a
Right, being just like Operation Trust, because they already had everyone. Why would they upset the apple cart with a Donald Trump figure when there was no necessity to do so?
because they have to damage the nationalist system, the nationalist movement, right? So nationalism, Trump represents that. So one of Tavistock's techniques is to bring in the hope and then beat it down, and then try to bring it back again, beat it down. So they'll do this a number of times. What happens is, what they're trying to do is they're trying to take the wind out of the sails. They're going to pop the bubble. And so when we see, like, again, folks, I'm giving you my opinion, all right? I could be completely wrong on this thing.
I'm curious as to where you think, if there isn't something like that. Like, this is funny, we're on the live, because I had no idea we'd be talking about this, but it's fine. This is why we do the show. Yeah. If that isn't happening, and we're just watching the demise of America, how do you think this is going to play out then?
Well, not just America.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just starting here.
Yeah.
Where do you see this playing out? I mean, I'm optimistic that things are going in a beautiful direction. Personally, that's what I think we're going to watch unfold. I think Scott's in that same camp. But I'm curious. How do you see this unfolding then?
I don't see a beautiful outcome until many, many, many more people wake up. See, what a lot of people don't realize is the stranglehold that these elites, these internationalists, have on everything. And I mean everything. Yeah. So we're talking about the politics. We're talking about your media, your education system, right, your medical system, everything. So unless people wake up, see, what a lot of people do is they're looking for a savior to come in to pull them out of the ditch. And the only person that's going to pull you out of a ditch is you, which means you have to awaken. And you have to take your power back. You have to be empowered. You need to step out. See, the thing that the controllers are very good at is there are differences within the pyramid. I call it the pyramid of power. They don't all agree with each other. But here's the difference between them and us. With them, they can take their differences and set them aside and focus on the big picture. What's the big picture? The big picture is total control. It's to put their version of the Age of Aquarius or the Eon of Horus into play. And, they will set aside their differences. And then once they have control, then they'll sit down at the table and say, okay, let's bang out the nuances here. What is it you don't like? You like, and let's get this thing reconciled and squared away. Whereas humanity never sees the big picture. Humanity's always throwing rocks at each other. They're sitting in their own little buckets and holding on to what's near and dear to them. They have their belief systems and they won't let go of it. Some people will, because some people, they wake up and they realize that they have to think differently. But I mean, to be honest with you, and I don't want to sound like I'm, raining on everybody's parade, but I've been at this a long time. And even when I do the Beatle work, guys, I can do a presentation, and I have see, spot, run. Dick and Jane them through the presentation, connect all the dots for them, all of them. And I still get comments and emails. It's as if I never did the presentation. Right. Whatever it is that they disagree with, they just ignore it. The conditioning, the brainwashing has implanted filters in their minds. So as soon as something comes in that cuts across the grain and disagrees with their belief system and what they've been told and taught and conditioned to believe, they just take it out of their awareness.
Right.
They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to deal with it. So I don't look. I still have hope too, because otherwise I wouldn't be doing the work that I'm doing. I don't just
Well,
do
I don't even
Beatles.
know how. I mean, part of me, well, I guess all of me feels this way. I don't even know how we'd be having conversations like this if there wasn't some, and having a channel like this, if there wasn't some kind of something happening behind. They would just shut all this stuff down, I would think.
Well, they
It's
are
serving a
trying to
purpose.
shut all this stuff down, right? I mean, so there's a certain piece of it that they're keeping up. And the reason why is because if they shut everything down, then it's going to become very, very apparent, and it may wake more people up and quicken the rate and pace of people becoming aware. So, like I said, I don't want to sound negative on this thing, but I have studied this long enough to know that everything they do is very, very strategic. So today we could be having this conversation, and you guys know, and I know, because we've been through this before. Tomorrow, it's gone. I mean, we do our stuff on Rumble, but there are countries, like I think it's Brazil, where you can't get Rumble unless you use a VPN.
That's right.
And I think I just watched recently on Kim Iverson's show where Russia has shut out Rumble from the Russian audience. So so like I said, it's managed in a way that gives the impression or the illusion that you can still continue to talk about this stuff. But as soon as you get to a point where it's getting too close, you're flying too much over the target, then you're going to start to see stuff disappear. Well,
we actually saw that on our channel. We have about three more thousand subscribers in the last month because we had a conversation with someone at Rumble, letting them know asking them what the hell is going on. So I'm not sure, but I think for that topic, I do want to put that to rest and move on to other things, because I think people want to hear other subjects, because they'll agree to disagree. I'm seeing the chat, and I'd rather focus on other topics, if that's all right.
No, so I can't see the chat. So what are they going?
Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem.
Well, a key point that you brought up, though, is that confirmation bias that pervades everything. We have so much information coming at us from so many different directions. We can only digest so much of it, and we tend to feed our confirmation bias. We tend to watch the things that confirm our beliefs, and that can really lead you down the primrose path. So that is definitely a pitfall.
Yeah,
but when we talked about, I'm sorry, did you want to comment on that?
No, I was just going to say one of Tavistock's other tactics is information overflow, to bombard people with enormous amounts of information, because what happens is it's like the confusion technique in hypnosis. I used to be a certified master hypnotherapist. So the confusion technique would be used when you have clients that are analytical. So in order to break down the analytical conscious mind to get to the subconscious, you have to use confusing techniques. And what happens is the conscious mind then gives up, steps out of the way, and then you're able to start tapping into the subconscious mind. And that's where the conditioning takes place. So this information overflow and overwhelming people with information on a daily basis is another one of their tactics.
Very well said.
Right, I agree with that.
We were talking about Tavistock, and I don't remember seeing a direct relationship, but there's got to be a direct relationship with Disney, because that was just the fertile field from which they plucked a lot of these these figures. It seems like everyone that started out in the Mickey Mouse Club ended up going on to be one rung below adult entertainment stars. Like it just got out of hand.
Yeah.
Well, quite intentionally. Yeah, the sex kitten model for many, and yeah. So
Tavistock has its tentacles into all of the music and entertainment industry, into all of corporate America, into the military, into your politics, into your government. And they've been around for 100 years. Before it was Wellington House and then Tavistock. So think about what they've been able to accomplish in a century. Yeah. As the main machine for mind control, social engineering, and manipulation of the masses within the elite structure. So again, it goes back to what I was saying before. They're very, very important, and a lot of people really don't realize how important they are. They just look at them as kind of like, oh, just another piece of the puzzle in this internationalist organization chart, and they're a lot more than just that.
Well, yeah, the AI knows you better than you know yourself, and they get to that knowledge pretty quickly.
Yep.
Just looking at your preferences, so they know exactly how to motivate you, how to deflate you, how to, manipulate you in every possible way. Now, they're compiling that data using AI, but, the AI is compiling reports. So if they want to select that report and put some human input into, we got to manipulate this one, that one, or this group or that group. It's a simple process.
Right.
And I think people kind of wonder, well, how could they possibly? Well, that's how.
Yeah. When I used to work in the corporate world, they had a saying that data was everything. And one of the models that they were working on was referred to as business analytics. So think of business analytics as a form of artificial intelligence. It was a way in which to gather as much data and information on your customers as you possibly can so that you can create demand, so that you can lead them down a path that they weren't even thinking of. Like they weren't even thinking about buying that product or that suite of products. But because of the intelligence that you've been able to gather, you're in a position where you can lead them. Mm-hmm. And explain to them, you're going to need this because down the road, this is where it's going. And so you need to start looking at this, and we can help you. We could bring in our consulting services and this and that and so on. So that's not very different than what the AI does. It's predictive, it's predictive programming.
Right. I wanted to get back to Billy Shears for a moment. So some people may not realize that, in Sgt. Pepper, which I believe came out in was it 67?
Yeah, January 1st of 67.
Okay. And it says in the song, let me introduce to you the one and only Billy Shears. And so apparently from reading the book and things I've learned from watching a couple of these films, Paul apparently passed away in 66. And I believe that this is actually mentioned in the book, The Kid by the Side of the Road by 107. And I'll just, people that watch our show, we've interacted with 107. And when that book came out, I thought, okay, this guy's going to be great. He's going to be the one to watch. And he's had to play this role, a lot of back and forth. We were told in a group setting about a year and a half ago, go out and let people know that Donald Trump's going to be arrested. We didn't buy into that. We weren't going to do that. But so I guess I'm going back to this because there's been hints from even 67 when Sgt. Pepper came out talking about Billy Shears. In the White Album, did that come out in 69?
1968.
68. There's a picture of Billy Shears when you open up the album. There's a picture in there. And wasn't there a Paul McCartney either look-alike, sound-alike contest? Can you give the viewers a little bit about that background and to let them know how the formation of this, this story started before obviously the book came out?
Okay, so the prevailing theory is that Paul McCartney was killed in a car crash in late 1966. So there are 3 dates that you're going to hear. September 11th, 1966, which is the date that we get in the book, which is also the date on the drum head on the Sgt. Pepper album cover. So when you take the mirror and you move it halfway up the drum, it says September 11th, he died. And there's an arrow that points up to the person that's playing Paul McCartney, which is Billy. Other people will claim it's November 9th because they'll say that the drum head is in the British date format. That would make sense, except in the book, Billy through Tom specifically tells us it was September 11th. And September 11th is a very important date in the occult. Very important. It's considered a day of war, whether it be physical or psychological war, going to make changes. Other researchers say that It went back to August of 1966, right after the Candlestick Park concert. My take on it is dead is dead. So whether it's August, September, or November, he's not here anymore. Now, some people have asked me, well, do you think he really died, or do you think it's possible that he lived beyond 1966? Well, I'd say to folks, look, just about anything is possible. Just about anything is. But personally, with all the work that I have done, I haven't seen any evidence that the guy that was playing Paul McCartney, biological Paul, between 62 and 66 was around after 1966, starting in 1967 with Sgt. Pepper going forward. So that's the thing. So the prevailing theory is he died in a car crash. And then there was a replacement. And they talked about this contest. Well, there was a contest, but the person, I forgot the person's name, but he is not a person that played a part in any of the swap or the replacement of Paul McCartney. Billy, with my research, Billy goes back to the very early beginnings of the Beatles. So he just didn't show up in 1966. In other words, Brian Epstein and George Martin and whoever else was in the inner circle at the time, they didn't just find out that Paul died in a car crash. Let's just say he died in a car crash. And then went out and said, oh, we've got to find a replacement. That's not what happened. So this whole thing, the reason why I talked about Tavistock before is because the Beatles are a creation of Tavistock. They created the Beatles. They created the Beatles for the purpose of social engineering the masses to undermine traditional values, to undermine institutionalized religion, in particular Christianity. In the book, it tells us that the Illuminati, the controllers, whatever name you want to give them, declared war on Christianity on September 11th of 1962. Now, I'm not Christian, but there are many people who are Christians, and I think very few of them would argue that their faith has not been attacked or has not been under attack for decades. So with Tavistock creating the Beatles, there's a whole machine behind the band. And I believe that Billy was part of that machine very early on, maybe as early as 1962. In the book, it says that he was in a band at one time with Denny Lane, who passed away a couple of months ago, called the Diplomats. The Diplomats and the Beatles shared some bills and some dressing rooms back in the early days, 62, I think it was 1962. So I think he goes all the way back to that point. And he is a session musician. That was his trade. He is a wind and piano player by trade, but he also obviously plays guitar and bass. He's a multi-instrumentalist. Stacy, she did some amazing work looking into Billy's family tree. And some folks might ask, well, how did she even know to do that? Because in the book, it drops a lot of clues through the layering, through the encoding. And you have to pay a lot of attention. You have to do a lot of digging. You have to be really heads up. And Stacy's very bright. So she did a presentation on my show where she believes that Billy goes back to the Douglas Hamilton bloodline, which is a blue blood elite bloodline out of Scotland. His father, if that's the case, would have been Douglas Hamilton, who was a lord. And on his mother's side is the Percy bloodline. So between the Douglas Hamiltons and the Percy bloodline, they're very prominent bloodlines. Now, I mentioned that his father was a lord. And if we go back to the Song A Day in the Life, we have the line, nobody was really sure if he was from the House of Lords. And if he is a Douglas Hamilton, he would be William Douglas Hamilton. Douglas Hamilton was involved in the Rudolf Hess flight from Germany over to England, where Hess was looking to see if they can come to some kind of an agreement to end the war. So you can see we have all of this stuff stitched together, all of these prominent elitists coming together. And so she believes Billy comes from that bloodline. And of course, all of these bloodlines are in brotherhoods. They're in secret societies. And the other thing about secret societies that we need to, I think, get our heads wrapped around, because a lot of people say it's this secret society or that secret society. You know, they're always arguing whether it's the Masons, it's the Jesuits, it's, you know, whatever. And I've settled in on there's a federation of secret societies that work together. And for the most part, they come under this umbrella called Freemasonry. But underneath that, you know, because if you're a Freemason or you belong to some other secret society, the chances are that you don't just belong to one secret society, that you know, that they kind of page in and out. You page in and out. So anyway, so we have all of this in play with Tavistock, these secret societies, bloodlines, the Beatles being created by Tavistock with the purpose of dismantling traditional values, institutionalized religion, and pushing the population worldwide to Crowley's Aeon of Horus, which is, most people, again, as I mentioned before, would be referred to as the Age of Aquarius by many. The problem with where it's going is that, and what I try to explain to folks, is because Crowley was part of the elite system. So his Book of the Law, Thelema, that is not for the average person. He's not talking to what they refer to as the profane. He was talking to his people, to the adepts, to the elite establishment. That's where, you know, that's who he was talking to, and that's where he was taking his message. So he has a paper called Book 77, and in Book 77, it starts off by saying every man and woman is a star, and there is no God other than man. And Book 77 goes on to talk about pursuing your true, pure will. You should do this, you should do that, follow your will. And if anybody gets in your way, and I'm paraphrasing here, anybody who tries to undermine your pursuit of your will, you can kill them. And it actually says that, I think it's bullet 5, one of the sub-bullets under bullet 5 in Book 77. And then it also says that the rest, in other words, the uninitiated, will be our slaves.
Yeah.
Right? So what I try to explain to folks is that when Crowley talks about, and the rest will be our slaves, who do you think he's talking about? So those that he's talking about, as far as pursuing their true, pure will, that's the elite class. The slaves are us, or whoever's going to be left after they get done with their effort to depopulate. I did a 3-minute video on occult images that I found on the internet to try to get the point across to people. All of the occult symbolism, one-eyed symbolism, Freemasonic handshakes, the lion's paw, images with Jimmy Savile. It goes on and on and on. Bird cages. So we have images of Paul McCartney, George Harrison, John Lennon, with bird cages. With Harrison and McCartney, the bird cages are on their head. With John Lennon, he's leaning next to the bird cage. Well, bird cage symbolism in Illuminati speak means mind control. So what they're depicting is that, in my opinion, the Beatles were in mind control programs from a very early age. And so when they were in Hamburg, think of Hamburg as boot camp. They were basically living in squalor when they first got there. And they were being taught how to perform, not to write music, because Tavistock already had its songwriters, how to perform, how to learn songs quickly and then take them out on stage, live, do the gigs, so that they could be the veneer in front of the curtain. And one of the things that a lot of people, Scott and Joe, don't pay any attention to is the Beatles' early period. So people think in terms of the Beatles, especially in America, hitting America on the Ed Sullivan Show in 1964, going forward. But the Beatles, they started in Hamburg in August of 1960. That's their first manager, handler, Alan Williams, took them there. And they were young, 17, 18, 19 years old. So we have to think in terms of they show up in Hamburg in August of 1960. They are marginal musicians at best, and they showed absolutely zero songwriting ability.
Yeah, in fact, our Gregory Martin was saying that George, his dad, really didn't even want to work with him initially.
No, that's true. Yeah. I'll get to that in a moment.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll get to that. So what happens is, so they spend from August through December in Germany, and it's a complete failure in 1960. So they come back dejected. But let's just take a look at some of the time frames, right? So they start in Hamburg in August of 1960, and we'll just move quickly ahead so that I don't want to waste too much time here because we have a lot of stuff to talk about. But this band that's mediocre at best and shows no signs of being able to write any music, they're not prolific genius songwriters, winds up with a demo at Decca on January 1st of 1962. Okay? Isn't that a little peculiar? And they record 15 songs, 12 of which are covers, and 3 are nondescript originals that don't show up on any of their releases until we get to the anthology.
Wow.
Releases, okay?
Okay.
So January 1st of 1962, Decca turns them down. Decca says, no, not going to work. And so in February of 62, Brian Epstein takes tapes to George Martin. He shows George Martin. George Martin says, no, I don't think so. I'm not going to sign them. In fact, let me just see. I think I have some quotes from George Martin here. Let me just read them real quickly. So he tells Brian Epstein, if you want me to judge them, the Beatles, based on what you're playing me, I'm sorry, I need to turn you down. On meeting the Beatles in 1962, George Martin said, I wasn't terribly impressed with the first stuff they did. And then in a documentary titled Produced by George Martin, George tells composer and broadcaster Howard Goodall, who is, he's a very accomplished musician, composer himself, they had this wonderful charisma. They made you feel good. I thought their music was rubbish. And then he goes on to say in another interview that even though they had really nothing behind them, they were still fairly irreverent. So I looked at these 4 guys and thought, none of them shines above the others. And then George, in another interview, says, Love Me Do is the best song I can find from them at the time. I was very conscious it wasn't the big hit I was looking for. And then I have another clip where he says that they certainly had no, and he pauses. He pauses because he's going to measure his words so he doesn't say something that's really going to rattle people's cages. He says, they certainly had no, it wasn't too obvious. They can be songwriters at was the best thing that they had.
Wait, can you repeat that? You cut out for a second. They could be songwriters. Go ahead.
George said that in this interview that they certainly had no, and he had to catch himself. He was going to say they certainly had no songwriting ability. I'm convinced that's what he was going to say. But then he corrects himself and says it wasn't too obvious. They could be songwriters at this stage. Love Me Do was the best thing they had. Okay, so now their sound engineer from Please Please Me, their first album, their debut album, their UK releases are their official releases through Rubber Soul. Jeff Emmert took over as the engineer, starting with Revolver. So Norman Smith did an interview in a magazine or a paper titled New Musical Express in 1971. So he says in the article that he was not impressed at all. They were awful. They had musical doubts backed up with Love Me Do. In other words, what he was saying is they had a very hard time getting that song done. And then he goes on to say in the article that they failed in the studio. Right? So you have this information coming from George Martin. You have this information coming from Norman Smith. There is even information in, you have to kind of read between the lines in Jeff Emmerich's book, Here, There, and Everywhere, where you start to piece it together. So you have to ask yourself, so what's going on here? So again, so the Beatles, August of 1960, they're in Hamburg. And then fast forward to January 1st of 1962. So basically 16 months have gone by. This nondescript bar and club band now does a demo with Decca, a major label. I mean, what's going on here?
Right.
George Martin turns them down, and then George is told, no, you got to take them. Okay, so there's a story behind that too, and it's a convoluted story. I heard Gregory say that it was because that he was seeing his secretary, and he was married at the time. George was married to his first wife, Sheena, and so he was, I guess, having the affair with Judy. And so as punishment, he was told to take the Beatles on. I have to be honest with you. I don't.
Wow.
Because when you think about that, when you talk about punishment, right, what does that say? Well, I'm going to punish you. I'm going to give you this really bad band to work with, and you're going to have to try to do something with them. So I don't, with all due respect to Gregory or anybody else that discusses that story, I think it was had more to do with office politics. At the time, there was an in-house publishing arm of EMI that was looking for the publishing. And his boss, George Martin's boss, was a guy by the name of Len Wood. And they were knocking heads from what I can tell in the research. And Len wanted George to take the Beatles because I think that he wanted the publishing to go in-house to EMI.
Okay.
And George didn't do that. So ultimately what happened was it appeared that George was working with Brian Epstein for Brian Epstein to create Northern Songs, which became the publishing for the Beatles, working with Dick James Publishing. So Dick James wound up having, lack of a better term, oversight over not only Northern Songs, but Macklin Music. Macklin Music was the publishing arm in the U.S. Northern Songs was out of the U.K. So I think what was going on there was a kind of a tug of war between who was going to control the Beatles and the Beatles publishing at that time. Was it going to stay in-house with EMI, or was it going to go outside of EMI? And that's what I think happened. But from what I can tell, George Martin and Len Wood had at times could have a contentious relationship. So when he was told to take the Beatles on, George Martin did not work with the Beatles directly. He gave the job to his assistant, Ron Richards. Ron later on went on to produce the Hollies. So in memoirs, it tells us that Ron, took the band in and tried to record some songs. And they got nowhere. Ron couldn't really get anything done. They just weren't that good a band. And so when the playback was listened to and it was nothing to run home and tell mom about, that's when George Martin was instructed to work with the band directly, that he was going to be the person that was going to manage them, handle them, mentor them, and that's how it got started. So in the beginning, George Martin didn't want to work with them. you know. And there's also a misconception out there that, you know, George Martin was only interested in and only good at, you know, doing comedy records and classical. What a lot of people don't realize is that George Martin was handed the Parlophone label to manage. He was the managing director of Parlophone. I think in 1955, he was 29 years old. So obviously, he was being positioned to take on some big time responsibility. And it was George Martin that wanted to take the label in a different direction, not just do Peter Sellers comedy records or classical. He wanted to move into the rock stuff, you know, the stuff that was coming up. So
Right.
I want to put that out there too, because a lot of times people will say, oh, you know, the Beatles taught George Martin rock and roll. I'm like, I don't think so. Like the other story is that, and George Martin said that he went out and looked for music for them, because when he got them, he had to find them a hit because they didn't have any music. And so he was going to have them do the song that Jerry and the Pacemakers did, How Do You Do It? And the story goes that the Beatles declined it. They didn't want to do it because they wanted to do their own stuff. And so they came back with a revamped, I think it was Please Please Me. But the problem with that story, what I explained to people, is the Beatles were in no position to tell the head of a label, Parlophone, who was their producer. And you have to remember, these guys are in their early 20s. They're not going to make demands on George Martin. That's ridiculous. That's just not going to happen. So anyway, the contract gets signed in June of 1962. So again, let me backtrack. I know, folks, I'm saying a lot here, so just bear with me. August 1960, you're in Hamburg. 15, 16 months later, they wind up with an audition, doing a demo with Decca on January 1st of 1962. February 62, Decca declines. February 62, George Martin declines. And then, boom, in June of 62, they have a contract with EMI, a major label. A major label. A lot of people also don't realize that EMI owned Capitol Records as well. So Capitol was tucked in under EMI. So June of 1962, George Martin's got these guys, are signed. He's in his own words, he's saying they didn't have anything behind them. The best thing they had was Love Me Do. He had to go find them songs. And also, while the Beatles were doing this, they were constantly gigging. So if you take a look at their calendar, you can go on to Wikipedia and take a look at the Beatles live shows and just page through, night after night after night, month after month. They're doing these live gigs, not just in Hamburg, and they're also doing their BBC, live at the BBC shows, which started in 1962. I think it was May of 1962, and it ran through 1965. So we have to start to ask ourselves, how is all of this happening for a band that didn't have any track record and didn't show anything on their resume as far as being crack musicians or crack songwriters? How is this happening?
Right.
So they don't have anything, right? The other thing is, in the Beatles documentary, which was considered the Beatles documentary before Anthology, it's called the Complete Beatles, came out in the 1980s. In it, it tells us that John Lennon and Paul McCartney, whether individually or together, wrote 100 songs, never recorded, between 1956 and 1962. 100 songs between 56 and 62. Yet when they got to George Martin, he couldn't find a single song that he thought was worthy of recording. He said the best thing they had was Love Me Do, and that's even if they wrote Love Me Do. So then, June of 62, they have a contract, and then they release Please Please Me, their debut album in the UK, on March 22nd, 1963, 322, March 22nd, the Skull and Bones number. It's also Genesis 322. Take a look at it for yourself. So we have an occult date there. So the Beatles are loaded up with occult numbers, and like I told you before. So now we have 8 original songs on Please Please Me and 6 covers, so 14 songs. 14 is very important because 14 is also an occult number. How is that? Because 14, the way you get to it is 7 and 7, 7 plus 7. 77. Crowley's book, 77.
Wow.
14 is also the number of parts that Osiris was chopped up. He was dismembered by his
Right.
brother Set. Okay? So for the Beatles' first 7 albums, Please Please Me through Revolver, with the exception of A Hard Day's Night, their third album, every album had 14 tracks, 7 tracks per side.
Oh.
Now, A Hard Day's Night had 13 tracks, so 13 is the number of parts that Isis recovered, less his private parts, right? That's the part that they couldn't recover.
Right.
Then after Revolver, they did our greatest hits album. It's called a collection of oldies. And that has 8 songs per side. So somebody might say, well, that's not 7. Well, 8 songs per side is 16. 6 plus 1 equals 7. Sgt. Pepper was released on June 1st of 1967. June 1st, 6-1, that's 7. 1967, in numerology, 9s equals 0 because anything times 9 reduces to the number 9, just like anything times 0 equals 0. So 1967, you can look at it as 167. 1 plus 6 is 7. Another 7 is 14, 77. So Sgt. Pepper being released on June 1st of 1977 is Crowley's 777s, the lightning flash of creation through the Kabbalah tree of life. So,
Wow.
so
That's some critical connections.
So when people want to think in terms of the Beatles being this very simple, happy-go-lucky band, this is the stuff that they don't understand. So how does this stuff come about? This stuff comes about because the Beatles as an entity are immersed in the occult. Billy himself, I have deducted and concluded based upon reading the book and just studying the guy, is an accomplished occultist. If you take a look at the Help album, the UK Help album, which was their 5th release, on the front cover, you see these different poses that they're doing. And some people say that it's semaphore. They're like with the flags and they're spelling out help. They're not spelling out help. Those are ritual positions, ritual signs from Thelema. And when I broke the album down, it's telling the story of Osiris, Set, Isis, and Horus. So there's a story being told going back to the Egyptian mythology, back to the Egyptian mysteries on the cover of the Help album.
Wow.
Probably there's a lot for many folks to take in, but
no, we're getting into the good stuff. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
This is fantastic.
Yeah, I have a quick question because before we go too far, you mentioned Jeff Emmerich, and I just want to bring him up real quick because he wrote the book. His role was Emmerich engineered Being for the Benefit of Mr. Kite, one of the most musically complex songs on Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Lennon told Martin he wanted to recreate the carnival atmosphere of the Pablo Fank, I believe that's how you say it, circus poster inspired by the song. Emmerich spliced together multiple recordings of fairground organs and calliope in an attempt to create the effect. Anyway, just going on a little bit, and then it says Emmerich abandoned work on the Beatles' White Album in '68 and quit his position after McCartney working for frustration for 3 days trying to record Obla Di Obla Da. So my question is, with his book that he wrote and him being such an insider, what was his take on the Beatles? What was there any nuggets in the book that you can say? Because that's another perspective that an engineer had on the band.
In memoirs, it tells us that Jeff Emmerich was a prodigy, that he was brought in and his role was always going to be to work with the Beatles starting at a certain point. So it started with Revolver. So we had Norman Smith from Please Please Me through Rubber Soul. And then from then on, it was Jeff. Also, the book tells us that Jeff was specifically assigned to Billy, aka Paul McCartney. So that's why he followed Billy into his solo career.
Okay.
Okay,
Wow.
that's what the book explains. So it's a very tightly knit group. And the story that we're told, the mainstream narrative, is, I call it the Cinderella story. It's mostly fiction. Are there threads of truth? Of course. I mean, that's how you keep a story together. You have to have some threads of truth to keep some semblance of reality. But it's a Cinderella story. You guys know this, right? The music and entertainment industry, I mean, even working in the business world, it just doesn't work the way the Beatles story tells us that the Beatles came about, that these four working class lads out of Liverpool, they connect with Brian Epstein, who's a record store owner, and then he winds up getting them signed to a major label, EMI, and then unprecedented fame and fortune from that point on. And obviously the depiction is that the Beatles were organic and they were natural and they were brilliant songwriters and great musicians, when in fact, that's not true. That is not true. And it's not because I'm saying it's not true. It's because if you go back and I just read the stuff that George Martin said, I read some of the stuff that Norman Smith said. I mean, it's not me saying this. We had Quincy Jones in a Spin magazine interview going back a number of years ago, and he said that Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr were no-playing MFers.
Wow.
And Quincy relayed a story in the interview. He was working on one of Ringo's solo albums, and Ringo couldn't get this drum part down. Now, this is not me saying this, folks, okay? This is Quincy Jones. You can go look it up for yourself. It's still on the internet. And so he told Ringo to take a break. And when Ringo stepped away to take a break, Quincy called in Ronnie Verrill. So Ronnie Verrill is the great jazz studio musician out of the UK. And Ronnie sat down, banged it out, packed his stuff up, and left. And Quincy tells the story that Ringo comes back into the booth, wants to hear the playback, and says, "What? That sounds pretty good." And Quincy says, "Well, that's because it ain't you."
Wow.
I mean, okay. So now here's the thing about Ronnie Verrill too. I think I might have mentioned this in the other show. So we know that Andy White drummed on "P.S. I Love You" and "Love Me Do." The official narrative tells us that. I believe that Andy White drummed on a lot more songs than those two, because when George Martin hired Andy White to work on the Beatle music, I don't think it was just for those two songs. I'm sorry. Okay. We have Bernard Purdie. Bernard came out in the late 1970s. I think it was 1978. And he said that he drummed on 21 Beatles songs.
Yeah, you dug into that on the first interview for sure.
Yeah. Now, some people want to argue, no. He didn't. It wasn't the Beatles songs. He worked on the stuff with Tony Sheridan. He fixed those tracks, which he did. He was hired to fix some of those tracks too, some of the Tony Sheridan drumming for the U.S. market. But he also drummed on those 21 Beatle tracks. Now, in a 1980 interview, I think it's in Martin Drummer, Bernard talks about this. The interviewer is asking him about the 21 songs. And Bernard says in that interview that the Beatles finally approached him. Their people finally approached him to make it right. So what does make it right mean, right?
Right.
So
good question.
Make it right means to me. Now, Bernard already came out and said, I drummed on 21 Beatles songs. So he can't take that back. He's already put that out there. He's been talking about it for 45 years.
Yeah, decades. Yeah.
So what I think happened was, because Bernard won't talk about it now.
Okay.
I think what happened was the Beatles, Enterprise, Apple, whoever, went to Bernard and said, okay, look, you need to keep your mouth shut. So to keep your mouth shut, we're going to write you a big check. Right? You've already talked about the 21 songs. We can't take that away, but you cannot talk about which songs. Now, he did say in an earlier interview that it was, I think, on the first 3 albums is when he did the fixing of the drums. And he talks about this in a 2004 interview, a Red Bull interview. He goes into a lot of detail about how it worked, how fixing in the industry, especially the drumming, how it's done. And he said it's business. It was a job. It's done. In fact, I have a friend of mine who's a sound engineer out of Europe, and he connected me into another session drummer. A lot of people might know him, but I'm not going to say who it is. He still does that type of work where they fix the drum tracks. And so Bernard did those 21 tracks. There's no question in my mind that he did. And he got compensated for it. And that compensation basically said, you can't talk about which songs.
Right.
I also have a clip of Glenn Campbell in, I think it's June or July of 1968. He's on the Smothers Brothers show. He's guest hosting, and he introduces Cream. So Eric Clapton, Jack Bruce, Ginger Baker. And in the introduction, Glenn says, these guys are studio players, cream of the crop. They played on Beatles songs, Rolling Stones songs, Tom Jones. He goes through a number of acts, but he specifically mentioned the Beatles. And of course, we have Eric Clapton playing on While My Guitar Gently Weeps.
Right.
And the official narrative tells us that, Glenn makes that statement on the Smothers Brothers show in, I think it was June or July of 1968. And the official narrative tells us that Harrison didn't ask Eric Clapton to play on the song until September of that year. Now, there's also, if you watch the interview that Paul McCartney, Billy does with Rick Rubin for the Hulu special, McCartney 123 or 321. Yes, McCartney 321. Rick Rubin does this segment where he isolates the bass track to While My Guitar Gently Weeps. And Rick is talking about how aggressive the bass is and the tone and how great it is. And, Billy's sitting there. When I say Billy, folks, I'm talking about Paul McCartney because he's not Paul McCartney. He's as amazed by the drum track as Rick Rubin. So he's listening to it. And he's like, wow, yeah, woo. And you're thinking to yourself, okay, hold on a second now. If I played something and somebody isolated it and said, hey, Mike, that's a great guitar tone that you got on that recording. What did you do? How did you do that? What did you play through? What pedal? What guitar did you use? Zippo. You get nothing. Okay? He doesn't contribute anything to the story. So, when people talk about possible other studio players on the Beatles records, we have to look at Cream. We have to look at Eric Clapton. We have to look at Ginger Baker.
Right.
Bass on While My Guitar Gently Weeps. Vic Flick, great guitar player. Vic Flick did the guitar work to Ringo's theme in A Hard Day's Night. It's not on the UK album. This is the part of the soundtrack. And also he did the intro to Help, the James Bond sounding intro on guitar on the United Artists release in the United States. That was Vic Flick. Guess what? Vic Flick was in the George Martin Orchestra.
Oh, wow.
And we also have Big Jim Sullivan. So Big Jim Sullivan, aside from being one of the most in-demand studio players in the UK, think of Big Jim and Vic Flick as their version of the Wrecking Crew here in the United States.
Right. Then there's a film on the Wrecking Crew.
Yes. It's a great film. Everybody should watch it.
Yeah, real quick, I wanted to mention. So, you talk about these fabricated stories.
Yeah.
So it makes you wonder, like the Fleetwood Mac story of Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham. Is that true? Is the story of you two, getting together with Larry Mullen, putting the note up and getting the band together? Is that true? I mean, I don't know, but then Bono's become one of the biggest Illuminati. He's out there with making all the symbols and everything. It just makes you wonder how far this really goes. How deep is the fabrication? What are the bands that are real? Like, we talk about Jeff Emmerich, and the reason I bring him up partly is, one of my favorite bands, and I've said this on the show, is Echo and the Bunnymen. Well, Jeff Emmerich produced their album from 1990 called Reverberation. And it just makes you wonder, there's bands that really haven't gotten that astronomical success. And from what I heard, the Bunnymen had done a tour in the early 80s based on the energy fields or the ley lines, because they wanted to do something that was, a unique tour based on energy. And but then Jeff Emmerich worked with them. So you wonder which bands are organic and they happen to be working with certain people that might, are part of the cabal, and then the ones that are the huge bands. So I don't know. This is really interesting. And it's interesting you bring up Clapton, and I'm just going to announce something real quick here. Gregory Martin, he had mentioned a couple people that we might be able to get on the show. And well, I'm just going to say it because, because his motto is truer than true. So we're just going to put this out there. He said he might be able to get us someone like Clapton on the show. I'm just saying because we let our audience know what's going on. We don't know when, we don't know for sure, but we just find this really interesting because now we're talking pretty deep conspiracies, if you will, with you, yet some of these musicians are out there, and how much can they really talk about? So maybe as this becomes more mainstream, we can get some of these stories, some of the musicians to talk about this stuff. I don't know. I just wanted to share that with the audience.
I doubt that they'll be able to talk about anything that will really shake the trees. They just can't. They just can't. It's what we have to understand. Is I talked about Tavistock before, right? And we talk about the control system. So they have created this sandbox. Let's call it the music industry. It's their sandbox. So when you're brought into it, you're part of their agenda, whether you know it or not. Now, some of them are very well aware of it. People like Bono, people like Billy, and so on. They're very, very well aware of what the agenda is. They're key players in pushing the agenda forward. But there are bands that are brought in that are not. I mean, they're just like, well, we want to make records, we want to play music. But here's the thing, because it's their sandbox, it means that your image, your presentation is going to be shaped and molded in a certain way to ensure that the agenda moves forward. So you've got to play their game. It's like, hey, you know what? It's my game. It's my rules. Okay. You signed the contract. You're going to do what it is that we are telling you that you have to do. So, I mean, do they have some flexibility? Yeah, they're going to have some flexibility, but it's never to the point where it's going to interfere with the agenda moving forward. It's just not going to happen.
Gotcha.
So that's, I think a lot of people need to understand that, because I get that all the time. Like, Mike, don't you think that this band is organic, or this band, does their own thing? So even if the band members are not, aware of an agenda, the way they're being packaged, the way they're being presented is in support of the image that the controllers want to put forth in order to influence that segment of the population that listens to that style of music, that genre of music. So as an example, you could have an entire band that doesn't know anything about, the deep state. But when their album comes out, it has all kinds of Illuminati and occult symbolism on it. pyramids, one-eyed symbolism, on and on.
So it's almost like the tiers of, you have your 33rd degree Masons, which are doing all the, the weird heavy stuff. And then there's the lower players that may not really be aware of what's going on. And so, yeah, I see what you're saying.
There's three categories that I've identified. The first category are those that are bloodlined. So they're bloodlined and they're going to get the top tier positions and jobs in the music and entertainment industry. Okay? Because they're bloodline, they're family. Below that would be those that are in secret societies. Let's just say Freemasonry. Not necessarily bloodlined, not like a Billy or pick somebody else. But they're in secret societies. Their oaths trump everything. They are obligated to stick to those oaths. So if it means that they have to lie and not tell the truth, well, that's the way it works because their oaths come first. That's the second tier. So we have the bloodlines, then we have who are also in secret societies, but then we have the tier below that. And then the third tier are the people, the talent that they bring in from the outside of the pyramid in. And these are the people like, your Britney Spears, your Pop-Tarts and so on that they are handled, they are groomed, they are shaped and molded to be what they become. And that's pretty much the three tiers that, I have figured out that exist. We have what they do with most of those people is they basically use them, abuse them, chew them up and throw them out.
What about bands that are doing the circuit and they play 1,000, 2,000 person gigs and they make a decent living at it? Scott and I, we just saw there's this guy that's an amazing musician, Andy Frasco. He probably doesn't know anything about this stuff, and he's plugging away, and he's finally playing Red Rocks this summer, and he's has an afro. He's awesome. Like I don't know if he knows anything about it. So, but I would think that some of these bands, they're just doing their thing, and they have a couple thousand fans, and they don't know anything about this stuff, but they'll never really get to that massive success, right? I mean, there's some great bands out there that they're just not part of this, I would think, to some extent.
Yes, there are bands that are not part of it. But what we're talking about is that piece of the puzzle, those bands that are influential. It's those bands that have an impact on society. So we talk about the British invasion, we're talking about the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, we're talking about the Kinks, and we're talking about Led Zeppelin.
Right.
We're talking about bands like Def Leppard. I'm getting out of the British invasion. But when we get into, I'm talking about that realm. Of course, there are plenty of bands that are unaware and they're playing to, like you said, 500 to 1,000 people, maybe small arenas or whatever. But they're doing their thing. But a lot of them are tied into promoters who are making their money. And many of these promoters are tied into the very music industry that has these larger acts which are influencing the consciousness of the population. So what'll happen is these smaller groups, these smaller bands, they won't go anywhere unless they commit to going the next step. This is how this works. It's very incremental. It's very methodical. You have to want to come in voluntarily.
So question. If they don't take that next step, then do they know that the step exists? And if that's presented to them and they say no, then because some there's blackmail, etc. So how do you ride that and say, if you say no and then that exists, like how does that work? And
the plane goes down.
Well,
I think some of them are aware that if they go to the next step, they may not admit it, but I think that they either know because they know, or they have a sense that if I take it to the next step, then, there's going to be some stuff maybe that I'm going to get involved in that I really I don't want to get involved in. Some of them do take the next step and they do it without knowing. And then once they get there, they're like, okay, I think this might've been a mistake.
And there's no going back once you're there.
Well, the thing is, what happens is if you say, well, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore, I don't want to do that, then your shelf life as far as making music or getting promoted or getting gigs, that dries up. They'll make sure that dries up. You got to play the game. If you don't play the game, then you get out. But if you stay below a certain point on the radar, then you can operate. You're okay. So I don't want this to be like, it's not as, sometimes people want it to be very, very black and white.
Right.
But it's tiered. There's degrees. It's like the steps on a ladder, walking up a ladder. It reaches a point where you get so high on the ladder and you're looking down, you're like, I don't think I should be this high up the ladder. This could be a problem.
Yeah.
You get a little queasy. So, so I don't know. I hope I'm making sense.
No, that makes sense.
Totally makes sense.
Scott, do you have a question or something?
Well, I wanted to read a comment from Hair Therapy from the chat.
Yeah.
She just said, how about their Yesterday and Today album, Butcher, with all the mutilated babies on the cover? There's a lot of discussion about this. That was very telling, but we didn't know. What do you have to say about that album cover and that period of time in Beatles history?
Yeah, so it's a very disturbing album cover. So it was released by Capitol in the U.S. It wasn't a UK album, and when it initially went out, I think they were testing the waters. So to see how receptive the American audience was to something like that. See, America was very important to be able to break down, as I mentioned before, the traditional values and religion. Very, very important to them. So I think that the Yesterday and Today album was basically testing the waters to see how far they can get. Now, it didn't get very far. So it went out to promoters and some radio stations, and they were like, what the heck is this? What is this? This is the Beatles? And of course, we have the dismembered body parts, that can mean a lot of stuff in the occult. It could talk to mind control. Dismembered body parts also can refer to being otherworldly, outside of yourself. And the other thing about that album cover is that some people want to say that, well, the Beatles really didn't want to do that album cover. And that was the beginning of Paul McCartney's demise, because, he was probably pretty vocal about that and didn't like doing that, except I've got an interview that John Lennon did where he talked about the album cover, and John said they wanted to do it. John in particular wanted to do it. He said because they got tired of the same old bland album covers that they were doing, and this was something that was it was more surreal. It was more whatever.
Sure didn't age well.
Yeah, no, it didn't age well. So that album cover didn't last very long. It got pulled. I think the number is 60,000 copies got pressed, but I don't know about that. I think a lot more got pressed than 60,000, my personal opinion, because if you go on eBay and you take a look at butcher covers, they're there. So there's three types of butchers. There's first state, which is how the cover went out originally. That's the most collectible. Then you've got the second state. Second state, what happened was once Capitol received all of the pushback and the flack for putting the album out, they did a paste over slick. That's the trunk cover. And you can actually see the butcher through the paste over trunk cover. So that's the second most collectible. The third is where people steamed the paste over slick. They steamed it off to get back to the original Yesterday and Today butcher cover. So, did you want to talk about Rubber Soul? I can't hear you guys.
Sorry. Yeah. Normally we go around 2 hours, but I think we're going to go a little longer tonight because this is just heavy subject matter, and we've got a good crowd here. So please, Scott, go ahead.
Think that, so you said that they were just taking the cultural temperature with that?
I think so.
Or
Yeah.
were they feeding the consciousness, or maybe a little bit of both?
Oh, both. I think both. So feeding the consciousness. I mean, so think about it. You had the Beatles, who were considered, the good boys of rock and roll. The Rolling Stones, who were also a creation of Tavistock, were the bad boys of rock and roll. And then all of a sudden, we've got the Beatles, with their usual, typical, not so, album covers that weren't controversial. All of a sudden, they pop out with the Butcher cover. It's a shock. People looked at it like, what the heck is this? So there was shock value to it. But I do think that they were testing the waters to see in America, because America was considered, Christianity was the prevailing religion or faith. I mean, there are other faiths, obviously, but they viewed America as a Christian nation. And I think they wanted to see where they were going with it. That's why, John Lennon, when he came out and said that the Beatles were bigger than Jesus, I'm paraphrasing there, a lot of Beatle fans want to think that was John just talking off the cuff. I don't believe that for 1 second. I think that was completely scripted. Because when you take a look at, like I said, at all of the occultism that permeates the Beatles albums, there's Beatles, I think 65, Beatles 65, and you've got the Beatles on the front cover with the umbrella. Well, the umbrella is symbolic of rain. Rain is Rain Man. Rain Man in the occult is considered he's the entity or the demon, the devil, whatever you want to call him, Satan, Lucifer, Diablo, that cuts the deals for the fame and fortune. So that's why a lot of times you see these, you'll see these videos where the artist, they have an umbrella and it's raining on them, or there's no umbrella and they're in the rain. And actually in the book, in Daniel Eshelman's book, he talks about the whole Rain Man bit of this thing. That's why when the Beatles did the song Rain, when the rain comes, they run and hide their heads. They might as well be dead. And Ringo put a post out, I think it was on Instagram, going back about 2 years ago. I have it. And he's talking about the song Rain. And he says, again, I'm going to have to paraphrase because I don't have it in front of me right here, but he says something to the effect that when he played on Rain, it was as if he was possessed. That's a very weird, strange thing to say. Why would you say that?
Agreed. It's
Strange.
we see a lot of these artists that whether Beyonce or whatever, and they look like they're possessed. And I think
at that level, they're acting out actual verifiable ritual.
Yeah,
I mean, they've gotten so brazen these days that,
well, even with Bono's Mephisto character, I mean that that what is that really? I mean that's
this brings me to the question that I wanted to ask.
Go ahead.
Because I watched Joe's broken heart for a long time over the whole U2 thing. He mentioned it on the show a lot.
I remember that from the other show.
Right.
Well, I've seen him 16 times.
He's still not over it.
Well, yeah, there's going to be a lot of people. So if a lot of people are new to this, it's still confronting to me to deal with this whole U2 thing and Bono's Illuminati stuff. And,
right.
Yeah.
For me as well. I mean, I loved U2 growing up, but you're just like the biggest Beatle fan ever and the most well-researched man I've ever talked to on the topic. Did you suffer the same kind of heartbreak yeah?
Oh,
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like I said, I was a total Beatle freak. My brother used to come to my house and say, your house is like a Beatle shrine. I had all of this memorabilia. In fact, I just started getting rid of a lot of my memorabilia. I got to the point now where like the luster is completely gone. And, I know exactly what this is. Well, I have known what this is now. I've been at this research for 8 years, guys. So when I first started, I loved the Beatles. And that's why when I first read the book back in 2016, a lot of this stuff was very, very difficult to get my head wrapped around. Very difficult. Because the magnitude of the deception is tremendous. That's why when Gregory came on your show and he said, look, I didn't believe this at one time, but now I believe it's very possible that he was swapped out. And it's
just so
interesting.
folks know, that's Gregory Martin, the son of George Martin,
Yeah,
produced the Beatles. Just so they know which Gregory.
Gregory
Please,
Paul Martin, George Martin's son.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So by him coming out and saying that, that's very, very important. It is. It's very important. Now, some people might argue that he probably always knew. I mean, I don't know whether he did or he didn't, but Gregory's only 2 years older than I am. He's 67, I'm 65. So he was born in 1957. So if he saw biological Paul up through 1966, he was only 9 years old. He's a 9-year-old kid. And as he moves on into 1967, he's 10. 68, he's 11. By the time they get to 1970, and let it be, if he was, involved or there at any point during the film or the recording, he's like about 12, 13 years old. So I could see where it's easy for a kid not to pick up on the differences, right? Because you coming in, you're a young kid, you're told that's Paul McCartney. You come in at 11 years old and you're told that's Paul McCartney. And you're thinking, all right, well, he grew a beard, his hair is longer or whatnot, and you don't think too much of it. So I think that's a possibility. Of course, the other possibility is, like I said, that he's always known. But that's neither here nor there. The fact that he's come out and he says now that he's considering that he was replaced and he was swapped, that's very important. That's very important with regard to this conspiracy, because we're talking about somebody that goes back to the Martin family name. And George Martin was known as the fifth Beatle. So
there's something about, like whether it's U2 for Joe, Beatles for yourself, they elicit so much emotion, especially, when you're young. And it's the soundtrack to your life. It's the songs of your relationships and those experiences and everything. I mean, it really touches us in a deep way. And that betrayal to find out that it was an intelligence fabrication, or, and it's so many of them are. And I think the progression of music has kind of changed quite a bit. I mean, things tend to be a little bit less heartfelt now, at least in the, the top 100. You get a lot of great music out there, but it's
Yeah, well, think about the genres of music when you think about it, and then think about the social engineering and what has transpired, right? So we had, the British invasion, and we had the long hair, we had the drugs, free love, it was anti-establishment. This was all the counterculture of the 1960s, right? So that was that. And then in the 1970s, we start to get into bands like Kiss. So we start to get into the more satanic, darker, more occult. It's the presentation. Remember Studio 54, where all of it's went on there. Then we have talk about punk, right? If you look up the word punk in the dictionary, I mean, it doesn't have to say very nice things about what a punk means. Right? It doesn't. So that was another targeted genre of music that Tavistock put out there. Punk was really a breaking down. It was really a thrashing of society. It was really anti everything. That's what, in my view, when I looked at punk music, that's what it was about. And just think about glam, right? So glam, you start getting into the androgyny. You start getting more into the trans type of perceptions, which was actually, the beginning of that was David Bowie. So Bowie was really the poster child for that, but then it migrated into these glam bands like Poison going into the 1980s. Grunge, So just think in terms, folks, of the names that they're giving these genres of music, and then try to put it into a perspective of how it's applicable to what it means from a societal and cultural perspective. Grunge, you know? So and then today, like you guys mentioned, when we take a look at the acts today, I don't know if you've ever seen footage. I've seen some footage. Somebody got into a Masonic meeting, and they had a little ritual ceremony, and they have a lady come in, and she dances on stage. And the dance moves that were done in the Masonic Lodge are almost identical to what you see choreographed that many of these performers are doing on stage today. So when you're watching these music videos and you're watching these awards shows for music, that's what you're seeing. Of course, with its overt occultism and Luciferian satanic imagery. It's definitely there, and unfortunately, a lot of people don't see it.
We're having so many audio issues. It's like first really good weather, and so everyone's out on their motorcycles and all
we got barking dog over
it sounds
here.
like part Tijuana, part Daytona Bike Week. So we apologize for any of the regularities. You know, with the punk thing, you had me thinking of, I think it was Malcolm McLaurin, if I have the name right. It's been a long time since I thought about these things, but discovered the Sex Pistols had the sex clothes shop, and you know, he basically said the whole thing was invented. You know, that it was just a and there were so many kids. I remember going to punk shows. We were pretty passionate about it. You know, we were pretty hyped up about it, and you know, you can't help but feeling a little duped when you're just the symptom of an experiment. You have to
think in terms of Scott and Joe. Think about how fads come into play. They just appear, right? All of a sudden, there's bell bottoms, and there's there's long hair, and there's beards, and there's this and there's that. Just all of a sudden, Jordache jeans becomes very popular. I don't know if you remember that, right? So I always think about that. I think, well, how could that possibly be organic? Because it comes out of nowhere, and then the stores are flooded with this clothing and this attire. And people, like I mentioned earlier on in the show, they just kind of follow and they mimic, they mirror. They're buying this stuff up. Hey, this is what's in. This is what, I want to wear. This is the kind of hair I want to have. I want to have blue hair. I want to have red hair. I want this. I want that. And so all of this stuff, as difficult as it is for people to really get their heads wrapped around, it's all put together. It's all orchestrated. It's all engineered. It's all manufactured. Hey, it wasn't manufactured back in the 1800s or the 1700s when you had to live on the land. You had to go hunt to eat. You had to go chop wood to heat.
And
clothing was just something you had to have in order to stay warm and whatnot. But with the advent of modern society, all of this stuff is all put together. It's all manufactured, and a lot of people don't see it.
They brought back mom jeans. I mean, those don't look good on anybody. Now these gals are wearing the high-waisted jeans. It's horrible. And, Joe pointed out now it's men with beards or women with beards.
Women with beards. I mean, Scott finally got rid of his MC Hammer pants last year because he realized it was tie up.
I didn't have any.
Why did you do that?
Well, they were parachute pants. I remember when I was a kid. Remember when breakdancing was a thing? I remember that.
Yeah, touch that.
Yeah. I was reading an article in AARP going back a number of months ago, and it's a perfect example of a complete manufactured story. And they're talking about hip hop, and they're saying that hip hop was invented going back, I think it was in the Bronx in New York, by some kid and his sister who threw a party in August of 78. Let's just say 1970. I don't know. It was in the 70s. So I'm reading this. And most people would read that article and they would go, wow. So that was the beginning of hip hop, huh? It started in New York. It was in the city. It was in the Bronx. And these two teenage kids, a brother and sister, they had a big party and it started a worldwide phenomenon. Are you kidding me? How does anybody know? How does anybody know that that guy even had that party? Right? So it's a completely fabricated story. It's completely concocted. It's like a story like that with the Beatles too, where I forgot the name of the girl. A lot of people don't know this story, I guess, but it's a story that's out there and you can look it up. They claim that she is the one that introduced the Beatles music to the US market because she kept bugging a radio station to play a Beatles single. I don't know whether it was I Want to Hold Your Hand or something. And so this DJ relented and he played it. And it was because of that Beatlemania, that was a big reason why Beatlemania took off in the United States. It's a ridiculous story. It's completely fabricated.
But it sounds like if that were true, it's kind of it's a much cooler story than the fabrication that we've learned about.
Well,
but
now they just look at markets and
yeah,
now they got all the hard data. And now they got the AI information as well. They know exactly what they're doing. But what's interesting, you mentioned hip hop, and with all the recent goings on with P. Diddy or Puff Daddy or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Well, now all there's these old hip hop legends and so on are coming out and they're saying, yeah, they were all gay, or, you know, the terrible things that were happening at all the parties, or, you know, who was diddling whom. And, you know, that's become quite a revelation for people.
Yeah. And the thing though, is I think that P. Diddy, just like Jimmy Savile, as an example, I think that they are, they're patsies. So what happens is the focus goes on them.
Right.
And they think that they have, like, you know, the main man, right? The main guy. So, but that's not the case. So what happens is the tactic there is to focus on, in the case of Jimmy Savile, saying he was the world's most notorious and disgusting pedophile of all time. And I'm not saying he wasn't. It's just that he wasn't the only one. And there were people beyond him, above him, that are heavily involved in that stuff. And because they put all of the focus on Jimmy Savile, it deflects away from others from getting that focus. And I think it's the same thing with P. Diddy.
Well, we heard that he's affiliated with Jenner, or what's her name, the Kardashian
Bruce Jenner
mom, Bruce Jenner.
Bruce Jenner, yeah.
Bruce Jenner's wife, husband. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if they're all inverted down there, whatever the hell is going on there. But was Bruce Jenner actually born? Was he a? You think of the album.
Well, he didn't start out as a female.
No. What I'm saying is, the Nirvana album, In Utero. Well, let's think about that. We've heard that the elite can go in at age, I don't know, 6 or 8 weeks and mess with that, but who knows? And Elliot Page, was he actually supposed to be a boy and then inverted as a girl? And who knows?
What, are they reclaiming their original gender?
Yeah. This it's a very deep rabbit hole. Who knows? But I'm just saying, man, it's I don't know what's going on with Diddy and the Kardashian family, but we've heard that she's, maybe he's the fall guy, so she doesn't have to. But now she's getting called out. But I don't know.
Savile was the procurer of children for elites. He was the
for the royal family,
so, right? So, everything stopped at him. It didn't, but nobody. It's sort of like Epstein. We still don't have the list.
No, we don't have the list.
Those people will remain protected. It's infuriating
because they want the focus on Epstein. They want people to continue to talk about him, to talk about the list, to talk about the flights, to talk about the island. And so many people in the alternative research or conspiracy research arena, they just continue to, like, they spin their wheels on that all the time. And I'm with you guys. Like, hey, hold on, it's way beyond that. Why isn't the list out? Who are these other people? But that's the thing. And when I talked about before about the magnitude of the control that they have, that's the type of thing that I'm talking about. Earlier in the conversation, I was saying I got a real, I was raining on everybody's parade with not being, the supreme optimist. It's because I see this stuff and I see how they stonewall and how they block and how they deflect and how they squash stuff. And they keep people just, running in place. And of course, we also have to realize that there are many people who are allegedly in the truth movement in alternative research that are controlled opposition. That's just a fact, and that's something we have to be aware of too, that there are people out there that are there in order to try to control the dialogue, to control the conversation.
Right.
Mhm.
On that topic, I want to let our audience know, if you're new to us or not, that we're not paid for, we're not bought. We're two friends that have we each have this is Scott's Airstream. Mine's over there. We're just a couple of dudes in the grit city of Tacoma, Washington, trying to figure this out with you guys. So that we just want to let people know that we can't be bought. So back to you, Scott.
Oh, I just noticed that yet another great comment from Hair Therapy that Mike might be interested in. She said she bought a Life magazine. I bought a Life magazine lately from an antique shop, and there happens to be a piece on June Asher, who was best friends with Paul McCartney. Sorry, it's moving. And said that her brother sold songs to the Beatles. Is that something you heard?
No, I hadn't heard that. Jane Asher was was biological Paul's girlfriend, and there's a whole boy, oh boy, there's a whole story behind that too. If you want to try to connect the dots between the Ashers and George Martin, we won't get into that right now. We don't have enough time to get into that. But no, I hadn't heard that. But does it surprise me? No, it doesn't surprise me. There was a post that Jimmy Page put up on, I think, Instagram, and Jimmy said that he was talking about albums and music that he played on, and he said that he played on the Beatles. Did he say he played on the Beatles' Hard Day's Night album? He played on the Hard Day's Night album. So I put that up on my community tab in Facebook, and of course, the fan club comes out. No. He meant the soundtrack, the United Artists soundtrack. I said, no. He didn't say he played on the soundtrack. He said he played on the Hard Day's Night album. And that's why it's very important to understand the Beatles' official releases were their UK releases. In the UK, when they released A Hard Day's Night, there was no soundtrack from the film on the album. It was all Beatle music. All of it. All 13 tracks were allegedly written by Lennon and McCartney on the Hard Day's Night out of the UK. So we have things that leak out, and recently we have I try to explain to my folks how this industry works, and Don Henley got caught lip syncing. Did you see that?
Yeah.
More and more of that stuff is coming out too. Because I was telling people years ago that there's lip syncing, there's miming, there's backing tracks, there's post-production enhancements to albums, to videos, and people just don't want to believe it. I have a clip of the Beatles playing in 1966 in Japan at Budokan, and Day Tripper starts. And so the song starts, the iconic riff begins, and neither John or George is playing it. It's just playing. Okay, wow. So it's one of two ways that happens. One, there's a backing track, or two, there are backstage, offstage musicians who are playing the song. I had somebody reach out to me. This person is connected into the Beatles in a certain way. He explained to me that he did do some studio work for John Lennon and Apple. I won't say who this person is. I'm sure he doesn't want me to broadcast his name. But he told me that he used to do that type of work. He was an offstage, backstage musician, and he would be doing the playing. And he said, while the pretty faces were on stage. So that's real stuff. I mean, that takes place, but we have lots of this stuff going on now. Don Henley, Kiss, Motley Crue. There's a whole bunch of them now. It's starting to come out where people are starting to see that, look, these performers and these bands, they're a product. They're a brand. And So when they go out on stage, especially the big acts, they got to make sure that the best show they could possibly put on goes out there. And if that means they're going to lip sync and use backing tracks or use offstage musicians, then that's the way it's going to be. A few years ago, about maybe 7 or 8 years ago, I went to Foreigner's 40th anniversary tour, 2 songs in, and I was looking at the big monitor and I was watching the guitar player play, and I'm hearing the guitar playing and he's not playing what I'm hearing.
Wow.
So, and then I'm looking at the lead singer and he's lip syncing. I could tell it was, he was doing the best job he could, but
And maybe he sang at one time, or maybe Don Henley actually sang that, but now they're not. There's a channel called Wings of Pegasus on YouTube.
Yeah,
Is that what you're
Phil.
talking about?
Yeah, Phil.
Yeah.
He does the pitch analysis.
He's
and
amazing.
He was absolutely right. He was saying that between these 2 concerts, which were years apart, that the pitch analysis showed that it was the exact same vocal, which means the vocal was being reused. Now, I'm not saying that Don Henley can't sing his songs.
Right.
What we're saying is that Don Henley is reusing vocals from previous songs, or maybe vocals for live shows that were actually recorded in the studio.
So he's lip syncing to his previous vocal take, is what you're saying.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I got out of it.
Just to
And
clear that
Well, I
up.
guess with age, sometimes you lose range. I mean, that could.
Well, I have that, right? I'm 65 years old and I can't sing the high notes like I used to. So I told you in the beginning, I'm re-recording some songs from 40 years ago. Well, on some of the songs, I have to change the key because I can't sing some of those notes, those higher notes like I used to. But the thing is, here's the problem, right? The problem with these bands is that they put themselves out there as if that's not happening, that they're not using backing tracks, that they're not lip syncing, that they're not using backstage or offstage musicians. And the people are thinking they're seeing these truly live shows. And that's not what's going down. Now, it's up to the individual whether they want to accept that or not. Do you want to spend $500 a ticket to watch Don Henley lip sync? That's your call. Or you can stay home and you can listen to the CD for free. So, but look, I'm not going to pass judgment on it. Like I said, it's a business. All I try to do with my work is make people aware that that's what this business is about. It's about putting the best possible product out there, and they're very risk adverse. My sound engineer friend out of the UK, actually out of Europe, I shouldn't say the UK, out of Europe, he told me on all of these big acts, what they do is they always show up with a backing track, especially for the vocal. And the sound engineer is responsible for doing the mix to make sure he keeps a balance between, the live vocal and the backing track. Now, not all of these singers are using backing tracks. I'll give Billy credit. He's clearly not using a backing track because his voice is shot, absolutely shot. And that comes through in his shows, but he's still singing them. The one thing I did notice, though, because I did go to one of his shows going back, I think 2018. And what I did notice that they were doing was the other guys on stage, Rusty and Brian, they were singing as well, and they were blending Billy's vocal in with their vocals, I guess, to kind of smooth it out a little bit. That's what I noticed, when I went to his show a number of years ago. So I don't know. Did you guys want to talk about Rubber Soul quickly so that people can get a feel for why I concluded they didn't write all their own songs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I also want to ask you briefly, I know we could do a whole show on Jimmy Page, but I got a couple of questions to follow up there, but let's start with Rubber Soul.
Please.
Okay. So what happened was people will ask me sometimes, Mike, with this work, what do you think at the end of the day you'll be known for? I said, when all things settle, once the smoke clears, it's going to be, that was the guy that said that the Beatles didn't write all their own music and didn't play on all of their recorded tracks. The whole Paul is Dead thing is not new to me. I guess I brought a greater awareness to it. The Beatles and the occult is not something that I discovered. It's been out there a long time, but I gave it a forum in which a wider audience had much wider reach where people can listen and take a look. I mean, my shows and my presentations over the last 8 years, this is no joke, over 4 million views and listens in the last 8 years. Over 4 million. That's a lot of people taking a listen. So what happened was I started, digging into the Beatles, and there was a passage in Memoirs on page 350 of one of the earlier editions, and it said that George Martin was going to take their little songs and make them great, something to that effect. And then it started talking about the Snitch and the Committee of 300. So I'm reading this, I'm going, taking their little songs and making them big. Well, why would the two greatest songwriters of all time have little songs? And the Snitch and the Committee of 300. So I knew about John Coleman. I mean, I didn't know, but let's put it this way. I'd heard of John Coleman and the Committee of 300. So that led to me buying this book. And in this book, Coleman talks about, the book is not about the Beatles, by the way. It's about the Committee of 300 and Tavistock, but the Beatles are mentioned because the Beatles are a creation of Tavistock, and Tavistock reports up through the Committee of 300. He talks about the Beatles being a creation of Tavistock. So I'm like, okay, so I think I know where I've got to go with this. So I started to research Tavistock, and then on a lark, I saw this series of DVDs that were created by Scott Fryman. Now, Scott Fryman is a musicologist. He does great presentations on the Beatles' official narrative. So I'm not knocking Scott. He seems like a really good guy. He is a composer, a musician, but he believes the official narrative. So he did this series of DVDs. It's called Deconstructing the Beatles, and he goes through each of the albums. So it was synchronicity, call it what you want, divine intervention. So this little voice in my head says, buy the Rubber Soul one. Buy the Rubber Soul, Deconstructing the Beatles. So I do. So I pop it in, and I get 15, 20 minutes into it. And I said, absolutely no way this happened. This could not possibly have happened. So the backstory for those who don't know, because a lot of people don't know, is that the Beatles came into the Rubber Soul sessions with essentially no backlog of music. They had no backlog of music. Now, is that me saying that? No, that's not me saying that. That's Scott Fryman saying this, who is an expert on the Beatles and the official narrative. It's also the same narrative that is put out there by Mark Lewison, who is considered the Beatles historian as it relates to the official narrative. So the official story says that the Beatles came in with bits of some songs. I think like a little bit of Michelle, a little bit of We Can Work It Out. Not some people want to claim What Goes On. They say, well, What Goes On was written back in the late 1950s by John Lennon. But the problem with that story is the official narrative, even if you look in Wikipedia, tells us that the song was completely rewritten. The only thing that was kept was the chorus. Okay. Mark Lewison says that the Beatles had to write from scratch more than a dozen songs in 30 days. And Scott Fryman says that, they came in essentially empty with no backlog of music. So they had to write 14 songs for the album, 7 songs per side, and they had 2 more songs to do for a double A-side single, Day Tripper and We Can Work It Out. The official story tells us that they come into the studio on October 11th of 1965, and they conclude recording late in the evening on November 11th, 1965, actually going into the early morning hours of November 12th of 1965. So 30 days to write, learn, rehearse, record, and mix 16 songs.
Yeah, you
Now-
did touch on this in the first interview. This is mind-blowing stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, please go,
So-
because a lot of people have not heard this.
Yeah, so some people want to argue, no, Mike, they came in with some songs. I said, okay, fine. You know what? Pick a number, 10 songs, 12 songs, 14 songs. I'm going to tell you right now, to come into a recording session with no backlog of music and have to write from scratch 10 songs or 12 songs is a monumental, I'm going to say it's an impossible task. It's impossible. It's not possible. And I can get into, and I know, Joe, you're a musician as well, and we could talk about this. And I'm really happy when I'm talking to other musicians because they understand it. So that's the backstory. And so we also have to go back in time. And the Beatles' schedule between tours, news conferences, they did 2 movies in 1964. They did A Hard Day's Night in 1965. They did Help. They're touring, they're gigging, they're doing all of this stuff, right? So it's very, very busy, a very, very hectic schedule. So even with this very hectic schedule, and like I mentioned, they were doing the BBC, live at the BBC stuff from 62 through 65, just loaded up with stuff. And the official narrative tells us, well, the reason the Beatles, even though they were very, very busy and very, very hectic, they were writing all the time. They were just writing, they were writing on film sets, they were writing in the studio, they were writing on holiday, they were writing when they were gigging and when they were touring. And I'll get to that in a moment. Just remind me, none of that is true either, because Paul McCartney shot that out of the sky in an August 5th, 1965 interview he did with the BBC. In that interview, he said they wrote in great big batches whenever they had to do a film or record in the studio. They did not write between albums normally, maybe 1 or 2. He said maybe, which means the number could also be 0. So what McCartney was saying in that interview on August 5th of 1965 with the BBC is, if we're to believe this, he and John Lennon, with occasional help from George Harrison, would sit down and write great big batches of songs going into the studio, writing right before the studio, writing in the studio. And I'm going to tell you right now, folks, it's a ridiculous premise. Okay. So going back to what I was before I detoured there, with all of their schedules and everything they were involved in, they were still able to write, allegedly, 8 songs for the first album, Please Please Me, 8 originals and 6 covers for 14 songs. They were able to do 8 originals on the second album with the Beatles, along with 6 covers. So 8 originals and 6 covers for With the Beatles, 14 songs. We're told that they wrote 13 original songs, because it's 13 tracks on A Hard Day's Night. That was them, all them, the Beatles, Lennon, McCartney, and Harrison. They wrote 8 songs for the next album, Beatles for Sale, along with 6 covers, 14 songs. Then for Help, they were able to write 12 songs for the album with 2 covers. Now, I'm leaving out the singles. They were doing singles as well. We're only going to talk about the albums. So for their first 5 albums, with their touring and their very, very busy and hectic schedule, they were still able to apparently write music. However, when we get to Rubber Soul, they come into the studio with Zippo. 6 weeks before the studio, they're finishing up their U.S. tour, which ends on August 31st of 1965. And then they go on a 6-week vacation before they come into the studio. And people want to argue that, well, they obviously wrote the songs during the 6 weeks. And I said, that's not what the official narrative says. The official narrative does not say they wrote songs during that 6-week period between the time that the tour ended and when they showed up at EMI on October 11th of 65. In Mark Lewison's book, Mark explains that they were on vacation and they with no work for that 6-week period of time. So the person that is considered the Beatles historian with regard to the official narrative says that 6-week period of time leading into Rubber Soul, no work. It was downtime. it was holiday, it was vacation. So we have to ask the question, the Beatles were on the hook for 2 albums a year between 1963 and 1966. That was the agreement that Brian Epstein had reached with George Martin. For the first 5 albums, there was no problem coming up with material. No problem. But for Rubber Soul, and at this time, their touring lightened up. So in 1965, their touring lightened up considerably. They show up with nothing. So that means, to me, that Brian Epstein, who was their manager, was he not talking to them? Did he not say, hey, lads, you know we're on the hook for 2 albums a year. We did the first one in 65, help. Now we've got the second one we've got to do for the Christmas season. So George has recording time booked for October. How are you guys doing with the songwriting? Apparently that conversation never took place, because if he had asked the question, they would have said, well, actually, we don't have anything. That would have set off some alarms, right? Take it a step further. That would mean that George Martin was also not asking about whether they had material to come in to record starting on October. Actually, the recording started on October 12th. They came into the studio on October 11th, and then recording started on October 12th. So that means everybody fell asleep at the wheel after the release of Help. And nobody was pulsing anything. Nobody was talking to anybody. Nobody was asking any questions about how the songwriting was coming along. So they come off the tour, they go on vacation, and then they show up in the studio on October 11th. And they're supposed to write 14 new songs for the album, and also do a single, 2 more songs, 16 songs. And then when you take a look at how quickly they crank those songs out, it's absolutely, it's not even anywhere near, let me just see if I can find it for you guys here, anywhere within the realm of reasonableness. Here it is. So we're told that, let me put my glasses on here too so I can read it. So they arrive in the studio on October 11th of 1965, and then on October 12th, first day of recording, they bang out Run for Your Life. Written, they had to learn the songs, which means if John and Paul were writing songs, they then had to take the song that they wrote and show it to George and Ringo, and then they had to figure out their parts. They had to rehearse it, which would then probably change the arrangement of the song, because there's going to be feedback, input from the band. Maybe we should do this, maybe we should do that. It also means that everything they touched turned to gold, not just the music, but the lyrics. So there was no stumbling with the music. Nobody stumbled with the lyrics. Everything they touched just click along, like I said, turned to gold. The second day in, they nail Drive My Car. So they're 2 days in, Run for Your Life and Drive My Car are in the bag. On the 5th day, Day Tripper is done. On the 7th day, If I Needed Someone is done. On October 21st, which is the 10th day in, Norwegian Wood is nailed. And then on October 22nd, In My Life and Nowhere Man is recorded. And then on October 29th, 18 days in, We Can Work It Out. So it's the same thing for November. Now, November is really weird because we're told on the last day, November 11th, they finished recording 4 songs. You Won't See Me and Girl, which the official narrative tells us didn't exist before November 11th. Some people might want to argue, well, they probably had some idea. I mean, even if they had an idea, you still have to finish the song. You got to write the lyrics. You got to put the music together. You have to
figure out
rehearse
what
it.
tempo it's going to be in. What
Exactly.
key. There's a lot to this.
Exactly. And then Wait. Now they say, well, Wait they pulled in from the help sessions. But here's the thing. People want to argue, well, Wait was already in the bag. No, Wait wasn't already in the bag, because when the Beatles came into the studio on October 11th, Wait was not one of the songs that they had in the queue. Wait wasn't pulled in until they needed a 14th song for the album. So it was a late pull in, and they finished some of the overdubs and the vocals on that. And then the last song is I'm Looking Through You. So those are the 4 songs on November 11th. You Won't See Me, Girl, Wait, and I'm Looking Through You. So we're supposed to believe that all of that was magically written, rehearsed, recorded in one day, in one long session. I think they said the session was like 11 or 12 hours. So look, I could tell you right now, today, as an example, I'm working on the songs I mentioned that my brother and I did 30, 40 years ago. Today, I spent hours just trying to make sure I got the proper guitar part down that I was looking for. Did I want it to be electric? What did I want the strumming pattern to be like? What kind of accents did I want to include, let's say, with the electric guitar? I was even dabbling a little bit with slide. This is the process. So we're to believe that all of this came together magically. So 16 songs in 30 days. So here, let me just take you through this, folks. It's on a slide that I have. I apologize for going on so long with this. But again, as I mentioned in the August 5th, 1966 interview, Paul says it's a bit of a drag for the first 2 songs. The last LP, and it's a debate whether he's talking about Revolver or Rubber Soul. I think he was talking about Revolver, because on August 5th is when Revolver was released. He said, we took weeks just trying to get one written. So in the August 5th, 1966 BBC interview, Paul McCartney is saying it took them weeks to get one song written, and we're to believe that 16 songs got done in 30 days for Rubber Soul. Also in that interview, he said, we're limited as a group. We're the first to say we're not all that good musically. Well, let me just throw this out there. If you're not all that good musically, how did you bang these songs out in 30 days? I mean, you better be pretty damn good to be able to get the music down and get those parts nailed, rehearsed, so that you can get them recorded. Not one song took more than 5 takes to record the basic tracks. Not one song took more than 5 takes. If you fast forward to the White Album, the number of takes for the White Album, if you take a look at the songs, dozens. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 takes to get a lot of those songs done on the White Album. And we're told in Rubber Soul, not one song went past 5 takes. There were 6 days when no recording was scheduled due to fan club obligations. That was 1 day. Mixing during the 30 days, that was 2 days.
Wow.
They stepped out to receive their MBEs. That was 1 day. And they stepped out for 2 days to do a TV show for Granada TV. So the breakdown goes like this. October 8th, 8 songs were recorded in 18 days with a total of 28 takes for all songs, for an average of 3.5 takes per song. In November, the remaining 8 songs were recorded in 13 days with a total of 14 takes for all songs, averaging 1.8 takes per song. So from October 11th through November 11th, 16 songs in 31 days with a total of 42 takes for all songs, an average of 2.6 takes per song. 8 songs were started and completed on the same day. 4 songs were completed on the very last day, on November 11th. Now, that's not reality. That's not reality. Joe, I mean, chime in on this. I mean,
what? I mean, currently I'm in the middle of producing a song with Louis Herms from Screw Big Gov, and we're just working on one song, just, and it takes time, and I'm working with a few different vocalists and stuff like that, but
A couple of months already, right?
yeah, a couple months. Now, granted, that's because Louis is, he wants, what's inspired Louis to do this, and what he asked me to do, and I'm very honored and flattered, is to do a song that's, now granted, this is not what it's going to be, but the We Are the World by Michael Jackson, that's a song. You have people that are known in the industry, right? You've got a lot of money. They all know their talents, all that kind of stuff. So we're doing a song on Unity. But just to do this, we're going back and forth with different vocalists and a couple guitar players. And this is just one song. It really takes time. I mean, Steve and I have to, we worked on the tempo to try and get the feeling right. And
Right.
and it's just one song. Now, granted, if I wasn't working with different people that are all over the country, yeah, it could be a little bit quicker process. But I mean, when Steve and I work on a song, just because we don't have actual musicians that we're playing with, because it's been very challenging in the Northwest to find the right people, because I want people that understand what's going on to some extent, that are awake. We work on it, and it's almost 100 hours to get all the sounds and everything right. And that's with modern equipment. How the hell were they doing this back then? It doesn't add up.
And think about the quality of the songs on Rubber Soul. Rubber Soul is considered a pivotal album from the Beatles.
Right.
I mean, this, we can argue that maybe Run for Your Life is, not a great track, but there are many great, great songs on the album. So people who are not songwriters and not musicians, they don't understand the process. So they just believe the story. They just believe, hey, they were the Beatles. They were just magical. They were brilliant. They were geniuses. They could just make this thing happen. And the truth of the matter is, that's not true at all. I'm not knocking the Beatles. They were four guys. And I'm not saying that the Beatles couldn't play their instruments. The Beatles were not studio level players. So the way this works, so people are going to say, okay, so how did it work, Mike? The way it worked is this way. The songs were already written, already recorded. When the Beatles came into the studio on October 11th through November 11th, their job was to do the vocals. So when Paul McCartney said they had to learn the songs in great big batches, what he was really saying was we had to learn the vocals in great big batches. So I'm sure these songs, when they were completed, had guide vocals. And so they had to take time to learn the melody and the harmonies. And that's what was done. They sang the vocals for those 30 days. It's the same way the Monkees operated. Now, there's one other piece to this. Real quickly, I'll kind of wrap this up because I know we're going really long here. The second part to Rubber Soul is the manufacturing process. We're told that George Martin finished up the final mix on November 12th. And he did the song sequencing on the 16th of November. So the song sequencing, for those that don't know, is the order that the songs are going to play on the album. Track number 1, track number 7, flip it over, side B, track 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And in order to do the sequencing, you have to know the run times of the songs because you have to balance both sides of the LP. You don't want one side of the LP to be lopsided as far as number of tracks. Because with LPs, there's compression as you get toward the label, so you have to be very smart about how it is you lay the tracks out when you press vinyl. Now, the sequencing gives you the order in which the songs are going to be played, which means that that's the order in which the songs are going to appear on the record label, the center label of the 33 RPM record. It's also the sequencing that's going to show up, the order in which the songs are going to be printed on the back of the album cover. So if George Martin finishes up the sequencing on November 16th, and the mono lacquer, the final mono lacquer, is cut on the 17th, and they have to get the record out into retail on December 3rd. That's the date, December 3rd. That's the hard date. how did all of those record labels and how did all of those album jackets, thousands of them, get printed between November 16th, when the sequencing was completed, to when the final lacquer was pressed, and they started pressing the actual record. They had from the lacquer, they create a stamper, and the stamper is how they start to press the records. And here's the thing. The center labels of 33 RPM records are pressed at the same time that the vinyl's being pressed. It's an automated process. It's not afterwards. You don't press the record and slap a label on it. It's pressed at the same time, which means the labels and the album jackets had to be in-house.
Right.
Staged and ready to go no later than November 17th. Because they started pressing those records either on the 17th of November, right after the lacquer was finalized, or the very latest, November 18th. And in fact, they had a pressing error, a mastering error on the first pressing, and they had to repress it on the 19th. Now, the pressings that took place on the 17th or the 18th, that's called the loud cut. And some of those did make it out to retail. In fact, I've got 2 copies of the loud cut. They're collectible because in the scope of things, there weren't many of those pressed because there was a mastering error. They cut them too loud. But in any case, that's a problem. That's a problem for the story. That's a very, very big problem for the official narrative. And between you and me, to this day, nobody has argued that with me. This is 4 years now. I'm 4 years into this, and nobody has come to me to say, "Well, no, you're wrong, Mike. They could have pressed, thousands of labels and thousands of album jackets overnight to have them ready to be pressed." So between the 16 songs, the impossibility of that, and then you have the whole manufacturing process, I was told by a person who knows the industry, has been in it for a long time, that the drying time for the ink alone, when they do the album jackets, the album art, is a week. So in other words, it takes a week for the ink to dry before anybody can handle the album slicks to start pasting them onto the cardboard sleeves. The whole thing just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up.
No, and I appreciate you going that deep on this. And so there's 2 things I wanted to bring up before we wrap this up. One is someone was asking about, and if we can get the Cliff Note version of this, the song Imagine. Any insight on that song? Yeah.
So in the book, in Memoirs, it tells us that John Lennon did not write the song Imagine. The song was, I think the words are, it's in the footnote, was generously credited to him. So when you think about imagine no possessions. It's easy if you try. And then think about Klaus Schwab. You'll own nothing and be happy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So imagine, this is how far back it goes. So again, when I talk about the level of control that the controllers have, it's very difficult for a lot of people to fathom. So back when they released Imagine, this whole concept of this one world government, no possessions, was already in play, was already written down in some white paper 50 years ago. And John Lennon was singing about it. All right, so that's the story that Memoirs gives us on Imagine. What's the other question you had there, Joe?
Sorry, we've had a few planes going by. Well, I'm bringing this. I did a mini documentary on a gentleman. Are you familiar with the gentleman Donald Marshall?
I bought the book because of your documentary.
Okay. There it is. Oh, well,
I haven't read it yet, but it's $6.95 on Amazon. I figured, what the heck?
Yeah. So in the documentary, the PDF of the book is free because Donald, apparently the people that I am in communication with, they don't want to make any money on it. They just want to get it out there. So the PDF is free. That link is under the video. I also put it in the chat, guys, and I'll also put it in the comments. So if people have any comments they want to live on, since the chat disappears on Rumble, unlike YouTube, comment down below, and that way people can interact with each other, right? If people want to go from the chat and they want to communicate, they may not have any other way of communicating. Turn the comment section into that.
Great
So
point.
yeah, so the book itself, this was like $6, and then there's a hard copy. So the reason I bring up Donald Marshall is because one is he's pointing out the underground, the cloning, the consciousness transfer, all this stuff. It's really heavy stuff. And this is something that people can go into. The other part that he talks about, which is controversial, but he talks about how the first song he wrote was Lady, sung by Kenny Rogers and Lionel Richie. He also claims to have written, now when he writes, it's not that he uses musical instruments. He uses his mind and he interacts with futuristic technology. And he claims to have written plenty of Nirvana songs, Coldplay songs, Guns N' Roses, Depeche Mode, it's massive, the Eurythmics. And he's giving many clues. REM's That's Me in the Corner, Losing My Religion. And I don't know, it's musical genius if someone could write not only that many songs that are number one hits, but also that broad of style. And so it is outlandish, but there are people out there that are musical geniuses, and Beethoven, whatever. I don't know. We've invited Donald on the show. There's many interviews that he's done, and I go into that topic in the documentary. You can go to different pages. It's all in there. And I just did that because I felt it's like 42 minutes because I want people to look into it themselves. I have no way of backing this up. I'm not really sure. But between Donald's understanding of the Illuminati cloning and subterranean clones, cloning centers, and the music, it's unlike anything I've ever heard before. And whether Donald wrote all those songs or created those songs or not, it just lends to the story that there is many songs that are not by the writers or not by the people that are singing them. So I put it out there so people can dig it to themselves. I'm not sure what to think about all of it personally, but it's pretty outlandish, pretty amazing stuff.
It's interesting. There's a movie, I think it's called Under a Silver Bridge. I hope I have it right. It's not a great movie, but there is a scene in that movie where the main character winds up going to this house, and there's this old man sitting by a piano. And all around him are all of these instruments and all of these guitars, and it's just loaded up. The room is loaded up with instruments. And the old man tells this kid he writes all the music. And I have a copy of the clip, and I'll send it along to you guys. So it goes along with what you're saying. Now, I don't know. I haven't read the book yet. I did read Donald Marshall's website, or the website that talks about his experiences and what he explains about the cloning and stuff like that. It is very intriguing. And the Vril he talks about is the same Vril that goes back to Germany, yes?
No, because this is great. There's the Vril Society, and then there's the Vril. The Vril is the little troll that has a proboscis on its head, and then it can send a little parasite into your eye, and that's part of the black
what I was
eye
wondering.
cover.
Okay.
And then there's the Vril Society, which Scott knows better than I. Can you just...
Yeah, that was more of a, kind of like an looking glass sort of a technology.
Yes.
It was a bunch of oracles in a tepid salt
Maria
bath.
Orsak.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Aldebaran, right? That was
they say she went back to Aldebaran. Yeah.
Okay.
At 45, and I guess she never aged. She was always really remarkably beautiful.
Yeah, I was wondering about that when I was reading the website. So
yeah.
But, yeah, in any case, so I went through a lot of stuff. I hope the audience was able to soak some of it up. It is a lot of stuff, guys, after 8 years of doing this,
Oh yeah. Fantastic though. Really, really great information.
Well, really deep, because that's as songwriters, and people mention this, and we won't do that this show, but what area of the country are you in? We don't have to tell your address, but what state are you in?
I'm in North Carolina.
You're in North Carolina. Okay.
In the Raleigh area. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because people are mentioning, they might want to hear your music. Some people, may want to hear what I do. And I know I put all the links below. And so it's just going to be cool to maybe down the road, some of us musicians that have met through this movement can work on some stuff together. It'd be cool to do that. But we'd love to hear, now obviously you're the Sage of Quay. You probably have links to your own music on there.
Yeah.
In fact, I know you do because I've been to your website. So.
Yeah, I'm on SoundCloud and Reverb Nation, and I have a dedicated website to my music. I released 3 albums, and then I released 2 compilation albums in December. A decade of rockers and a decade of blues and ballads. So yeah, if you go to my website, you can take a listen to the music. You'll hear it's very Beatle oriented. I think we said in the last show we're Tavistock influenced, right?
Right.
My friend John Neems dropped that one on me, but yeah.
Next week, I'm going to be traveling. I'm actually heading to LA to do some music stuff, and Scott will be hosting Jonah Bolt.
Oh yeah, looking forward to bringing Jonah back for hopefully his origin story, because it's out of this world. Figuratively and literally. So
it is, and that's on the
good time. Don't want to miss that one.
Right, and I'll try and pop in. That's on the 17th. And then for any of you watching, I don't know if I've had the honor of meeting Dr. David Martin, and we're bringing him on the show on Friday, May 24th at 6 p.m. And that, I don't know if people know who he is, but he has a video that's been seen by 4 billion people about, it was at Parliament talking about the COVID narrative. So that's going to be a hell of a show. We're looking very forward to Dr. David Martin on the show. And I got to meet him, spend 3 days with him and an amazing group of people in Boulder, Colorado, to learn about the 12 senses. And we did an interview with Stanford Graham about that. So if you guys are, new to us, take a look at our back catalog. We've done many interviews that are relevant. It's not all about just the newest one. We've had incredible people on the show. And so with that, I think we're good. So Mike, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Kevin, thanks for all your hard work. Scott, as always, appreciate you. And Kevin can roll the outro. And all of our links are on Linktree at Truthstream. Thanks, everybody.